like a pro. Tossed in some grass clipping magic, let that compost glow. Dog poop, cat poop, nature stew. Bubble, bubble, what's that do? Smells so wrong but feels so right. Pink smoke rising in the moonlight. Neighbors yelling, what's that blast? Too late, it's cooking fast. Ale, strawberry poop gas, blasting from the grass. Bubble and sizzle, it's science class. One big burp and the backyard blue. Now we're living next to Mount Doo-Doo. Built a grill from garbage cans, hooked it up with rubber bands. Dog barked once, the cat took flight, then boom, the sky turned brown and bright. It rumbled, it tumbled, it splattered the fence. A poop volcano makes no sense. Sticky strawberries rain from the sky. Compost cooking till the day I die. Filled strawberry poop gas, wild and crass. Flaming hot signs from the neighbor's grass. When it popped, we all went ooh, but dang, it smelled like barbecue too. So if you're brave and slightly nuts, mix that poop with grass and guts. Light it up and step way back. You might just launch your own snack shack. Bill strawberry poop gas, cooking class.
Let's see what it sounds like. Well, everything seems to be good so far. Now, all right, I hear background. Let's see how my voice is. Let's see what it sounds like. All right. Well, everything seems to... That's fantastic. So I know that I am broadcasting and I have sound. Now, we know that there are several people out there who are much better than I am when it comes to this field, and they have issues with tech. I have issues with tech. It seems to go with my morning live stream. If I'm not having problems with tech, it's not Live at 8 with Rick. But I am in the process of improving that. And as time goes on, things will get better and better and better. So how's everybody doing? Let me switch scenes and see if I still have. Yes, I have sound. I can't believe it. Everything is working. Now let me just adjust the camera a little tiny bit because Milton was helping me this morning to set my system up. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Hopefully the sound is coming through as nicely as it should. It looks like it may be raining today. It is a little bit cloudy, but the weather was awesome yesterday. We had a cold front on Thursday night, and it was very nice. I woke up to a wonderful 44 degrees. 45 degrees is about the cutoff where I start to feel cold, so I walked out in my underwear, and I felt cold. I said, hey, let me look at the thermometer, and sure enough, it was 44 degrees. Of course, last night, it was about 68 degrees when I went to sleep. So typical Miami. We got so much hot air here, even a cold blast won't last very long. Anyway, I had my breakfast, and thanks to one of my wonderful viewers that I believe it was on Tuesday night, sent me some ground beef and a delicious pork and some eggs. I've had wonderful breakfast. I've had a pound of pork with my 4 eggs, some cheese, and yogurt for breakfast. And I've had that. I feel really good, and my plate is empty, as it always is. And I know a lot of people out there, especially you on the so-called lion diet, don't like pork. And I know people don't eat pork for religious reasons, but let me tell you something. There's nothing like a delicious pound of pork along with eggs and a little bit of dairy to start your day. Puts you in a really good mood. Puts me in a really good mood, despite the little bit of problems that I have now and then. But anyway, enough of my little things. Let's see how everybody here is doing. And let me go ahead and try to open the chat. Now, of course, YouTube deleted the first few chats. They love to do that. I don't know why they do that, but they do it. Okay. All right. So the first one that came in after that was Michael Pregler, 5 a.m. Central Time. So that would be around 6 a.m. my time. I turned on the computer at 6:30. So somewhere between that time and then is when YouTube deleted it. Now, again, why does YouTube do this? I don't know. I can't understand it. Now, let me go ahead and skip ahead in the comments and make sure that, okay, we don't have, everything seems to be working. And the comments are coming in strong. That's good. That means that people are still watching. How many do I have? I have 24 right now. And that's actually really good for a start. It seems like my starts are getting better and better. I think what it is everybody's being trained on 6 a.m. you start with Kilts. And 7 a.m. you start with Mitch, the original of the old guy carnivores. And then you have me only one day a week at 8. Now, I am never going to do daily live streams because of 2 reasons. 1, I don't have the time. And 2, I think you get worn out. Once a week is plenty, I think, for most people. And there are a lot of live streamers here that do a live stream every week. I mean, we have, for example, well, the famous ones, obviously. You know who they are. But when you do it one a day, you need a team of people. One person cannot do a live stream every day, although Mitch manages to do it. Thankfully, Mitch takes a couple of days off. Well, actually takes one day off. He takes Sunday off. And he's staggered from the 3 mornings a week to then 3 nights. I think it's working really well, and all of us, I'm sure, that are here are from Mitch's channel, or we watch him, and we see how much happier and how much more relaxed he is. And it's really great when you can go online and you see someone who, despite the rants, which is normal, we all do that, is in generally a good mood. And that makes me happy, and I think it makes everybody else happy. So, and as for me, I've done a few things this week. I didn't get to work on my truck as much as I'd like to because we had light rain Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Friday, which was yesterday, there was no rain. It was an awesome day, but I had to set up, and I had my little value adjustment board hearing on the phone and online. Hopefully I'll get some money back from the property taxes that I paid them, which is way too much. If I could get $1,000 back, I'd be happy. I've done that before. But with the idiots that have been coming here and paying outrageous prices, now I'll show you something. If I can find it. Where'd that advertisement go? Ah, here it is. Somebody is trying to sell a house in my neighborhood. Now, you got to remember, when these homes were brand new, they started at $12,000 and they went up to $15,000. This is just shocking. Look at this. This is right down the street. Now, what complete stupid idiot would want to pay $725,000 for a dump, 1,583 square feet, the exact same house as my dump? It's ridiculous. There is nobody that is going to pay that much money for this. So you can pay $14,000 a year in property tax. You would be a complete idiot. What kind of fool would spend that kind of money? So I have a feeling that this is never going to sell at that price. But that is the only house for sale in the neighborhood. So I'm fighting a battle with the county. I work really hard to keep my place trashy and dumpy. Not so much that they'll condemn it, but just enough so it skirts that barrier between halfway decent and unsafe structure. So it's like right in there. I know how to toe that line perfectly. So I need to get that value down. But even if I get it down to $300,000, that's still $6,000 a year in taxes. It's ridiculous. But once I get rid of this place and I move somewhere else, hopefully either that or the governor of the state actually comes through with his promise, which he won't, to reduce or eliminate property taxes. If they eliminate property taxes, then they can sell this for as much as they want. They want to pay $10 million for this dump? Go ahead and do it. I don't care. But anyway, hopefully the Value Adjustment Board will agree with me and say that the house is only worth $300,000 and not the $500,000 they think it is. And they'll give me back a couple $1,000 maybe. Who knows? But I know how the system works. It's all kind of rigged. And if some idiot buys that, my goose is cooked. Now, I know the Federal Reserve is out there printing money, $40 billion a month, to try to keep this game going. We'll see what happens. I have a feeling that there is a limit to the stupidity. And again, for something that cost my parents $13,995 in 1959, there is no way in Hades that this place is worth $750,000. Absolutely not. Remember, minimum wage back then was about $1.25 an hour. So what is minimum wage today? Well, let's say that minimum wage was 20. 20 times that. What would be 20 times 20,000? 400,000? It's completely quacked. But anyway, we'll see what happens with that. On the other hand, I was able to get my bank account back in order. However, I have to go through this archaic process where they send me a password in the mail, which takes 3 to 5 days. They couldn't do it in the office. I have no idea what the deal is, but I'll be able to get my little bank account back, and I'll make that work again. So that's what I've been doing. Plus, I did an electrical job, and I fixed a home theater system that someone else had installed that had some very bad interference. And it turned out, like it usually is, to be poor quality connections. Not only that, they did the same thing that I did to my stereo. They broke the HDMI. Of course, mine came pre-broken because I got it from the dump. And there was a couple of other adjustments. There was a couple loose speakers, but I got it fixed. And it's in the neighborhood down the street, which is Richie Rich's neighborhood, where the houses start at $2.5 million and go up to $10 million or more. And again, those were the lots that used to sell for $500 in 1950. Crazy, isn't it? Yeah, it's crazy. So, enough of Rick and his misadventures. Let's talk about you. So, who else was after Michael Pregler? It is Mike Seeley from Tampa. Another one of my great carnivore friends. There he is with his picture riding a lion. And if you don't know who that is, if you see my intro, you'll see him over there when we took some pictures at Hack Your Health. And let's see, Juliet also has come in to say good morning. And she has to work at gym today, but will be home in a few hours. Have a great morning, everyone. Well, thank you, Juliet. And Milton thanks you as well. And I am sure that your clients at the gym appreciate you being there, and hopefully they compensate you accordingly. And Sandy Blythe says, see you in Milton soon. Yes, Milton was a little strange today. I got a little distracted this morning. I was out there with some tuna and a piece of meat trying to get Miss Kitty, the calico, to come up to me. She came within 5 feet and then ran away and then was hiding. So as someone said, I'm going to have to get the trap and probably trap her. But I don't want to trap her until I know when the Meow-mobile will be active. So I have to coordinate somehow, and then if I can trap her, then I'll get her in the cage and take her to the Meow-mobile so that she can be modified to be a much better kitty and not be a cat factory. And the other Mike Seeley in Melbourne is here. Good morning, Rick Milton, and everyone from Melbourne, Florida. Well, that's it. And I'm sure it's cooler there than it is here. So great to have you here. As usual, our regulars. And speaking of regulars, it's Retired Rick. Hi, Rick. I'll have to catch replay. I'll be running dogs today. Hi, everybody. Happy Saturday from Cold, Illinois. Well, again, even if you can't stay to watch, you might watch the replay. And thank you for letting us know that you were here. And we have 34 right now, according to my count, so that's really good. And Brian Dish is also here instead of fishing. And maybe it's too cold to fish. Maybe you have to use a saw to get to the fish. But good morning to Rick and all the quackers. And yes, and good morning to you as well. And then we have the good morning list to everyone else. And Smoothie 420, a great Saturday morning, Rick, to Milton, and to all you quackers. Yes. Retired Rick, have fun. Good morning to everyone. And hi to Brian. And the Pharaoh Grandma says hello. Lady June 1 says ready and waiting, sitting at attention. Well, this isn't Bart K's live stream, but you can sit attention if you want to. You might have a cat over there waiting to attack, like over here. And we have a hello. Good morning to Wendy. And we have Sandy Blythe also saying good morning to Lady June. And the Pharaoh Grandma says hello to Sandy. And Lady June says hello to Sandy Blythe, and Bride's Biscuit says quack and gives a symbol, a string of symbols showing a duck, a lizard, a chicken, and what is that? Looks like a box, like a trap with some bait in there. There's fire. Looks like a chef and delicious. So basically they're saying Rick's got a trap set up for duck, iguana, parking lot chicken. He's got the fire and he's ready to cook. So, yeah, that is pretty accurate. And Bryce Biscuit says, sup, fam? Yes. And howdy, Quack Man Rick from Josephine Cowley. Howdy, beautiful people. Well, howdy. I've seen you a lot online lately, so that's good. Pharaoh Grandma, we got more hellos. And let's see. Yes, it's good to say hello to everybody. It can be a little tedious in a very large group, but in a small group like me of the most elite, you are definitely going to be able to do so. And BWS 2023 says, you rang. That is correct. And if somebody pushes the doorbell, you'll hear the ooh. So that's the authentic Addams Family experience. Good morning, Rick, Milton, and his new furry outside friend. Yes, well, I haven't been able to catch her yet, but I'm thinking that it won't be long before I have her in a cage, and I'll make a video, and you'll see the cute little calico, probably not that happy, ready to be taken to the Meow-mobile and get fixed, because that is exactly what we need to do. Okay, let's see here. Mitch has been in a better place. Yes, Mitch has been in a better place because he's taken our advice and stopped overworking himself. When he was recovering from his stroke, I think he started 1 day a week live stream, then 2, then 3. He was doing good. Then when he went every day, it was like breakdown mode. Then he went to sort of a frustration. And, YouTube doesn't promote us. So why give every day of your life to a YouTube algorithm that could care less whether you live or die? They're too busy promoting idiots like Mr. Beast or whatever this crap. The people I never watch. These are the ones that take advantage of young people to try to get them into this whole YouTube influencer giveaway crap. Anyone that thinks that they're going to become a celebrity on YouTube, you have a 1 out of, I would say, a million chance of becoming a YouTube celebrity. I mean, look, even in the carnivore community, there's only a handful of people out there that have more than 100,000 viewers. And how many carnivore celebrities have more than 1 million viewers? This many. I don't even think the infamous Dr. Barry has that many. In fact, I'm one of the few people that just doesn't watch him and doesn't really care. I think I actually caught a video from him a week ago, and I looked at it, but I lost interest within 5 minutes and went outside and started taking my engine apart. So that's it. Okay. So, Mannix Gaming. Hello, Rick. I guess you're out there in the Philippines. And Sandy loves pork. Pork is my favorite. Spare ribs yesterday had me floating around the room. You know, the thing is, I don't care what a lot of the popular carnivores say, the carnivores that are always telling you to eat the raw lion diet or whatever. If it works for you, that's great. But for me, I have eaten all beef when beef was cheap. And I can tell you one thing. I don't feel as good as only on beef. Sorry to disappoint you hardcore carnivores. I do believe that the ruminant meat only diet is excellent for people who have been unhealthy, people who are not well adapted. And it can be a great reset. You can get all the toxins out of your system and reset your inflammation and all that. But to spend your entire life on the so-called lion diet, I think is a recipe for failure. I think there's going to be a time when it doesn't work anymore. And a lot of times people have underlying conditions that the carnivore diet is not going to fix. Now, if you're an otherwise healthy person, let's say you're like a young person, you could probably do that for a long time and you'll do fine. If you're one of those fitness guys. But what I've found with the fitness guys is that they do better on the mixed carnivore diet as well, including dairy. Dairy is an anabolic food, and if it doesn't destroy your system, it's a great way to add strength and muscle. So I know a lot of people get talked into the so-called lion diet and, you know, just eating the basic raw meat. And sure, it may work for some people, but I don't think it works for everyone. And for me, having pork, having fish, having iguana is a big deal. Having duck is an even bigger deal. I've had times where I was in the carnivore slump and my mind wasn't working like it should. I just wasn't feeling it. And then I went for a bike ride and I saw a big, fat, delicious Muscovy duck. And I couldn't resist. And I grabbed him and I stuck him in my fattening area and I fattened him for another couple of weeks. And after I ate that duck, everything reset and I was back to the old Rick, ambitious and ready to go, not afraid to take on anything. So I do believe that on the carnivore diet, there are some people, I think most of us, don't give up the eggs, don't give up the other meats. Pork and chicken may not be ideal, but they're better than duck food. And if you eat some ruminant meat, and for some people, hey, you're not going to like what I'm saying. Fruits and vegetables, they do the trick, like my ex-vegan friend. Carnivore without fruits and vegetables was not working for him. Add the fruits and vegetables in season, everything went to the next level. So, and again, a lot of the popular people now, they're trying to say, well, I'm going to do this so they can get attention, get more subscribers, get more people in their programs and whatever. That's what I think. But for those of us that are in the know, we know that humans are adaptable. We can eat a lot of things. And if you have to eat some plant material, remember, plants are powerful medicine if you know how to use them. So some serious infections, some diseases can actually be cured with the toxins in plants. So if you're going to completely give up the plants, it's like you go into your shop and you throw away all your power tools and you're left with just hand tools. You can do the job with the hand tools, but it's going to take a whole lot longer and it's going to hurt. So sometimes it's a good idea to leverage what you know. And it's a good idea also to work with people who may not be on the carnivore diet because you can improve them too. And we're going to talk more about that as well. Me and Mom, a crispy fried chicken, so good. I hope it was cooked heart attack style. And here's Chuck, the super tuned man from Clearwater, Florida. Well, there you go. Maybe I'll get to meet you. I'm hoping I'll be able to go in that area in a couple of weeks, but we'll see. Okay. And good morning from Edward Dreamer. 1296. Good morning. I'm glad that you are here, and I hope that you will stay for a little while. Chicken skin is impossible to eat if not crispy for some reason. Well, I can tell you why. It's chewy. If the skin is not crispy, it's chewy and it's just not very pleasant. I mean, I've eaten it. It doesn't bother me. I just don't like it as much. Crispy chicken is better than chips, honestly. I know people, they love potato chips. Somebody I know used to like the stupid sour cream and onion. The thing smells awful. I took one bite of the chip and spit it out. Like, it's awful. So I gave him chicken skin. Oh, this is good. What is it? I said, it's chicken skin. The stuff that you were throwing out when you're making your horrible chicken breast in the George Foreman grill, where all the delicious juices drip out, and now you have this piece of shoe leather that's white. Not good. And Retired Rick was saying good morning and goodbye. Catch you later. Well, glad you were here, and I hope that your day will go well. Elasticity. Time to sell, Rick. Well, one of these days. Yeah, I guess some places here it's like 2%. They charge a lot of money because the homes here used to be very, very cheap. We're trying to sell this place. 10 acres, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths for $110,000. It's incredible the difference in this state. This neighborhood, I mean, it's not a dump, but it's one step above dump. These are small houses on microscopic lots, and there's hardly any trees in the neighborhood. The Cubans and other Latins cut all the trees down. So it's basically, if you look at an aerial view, you'll see there's only one house in the neighborhood that looks like a forest, and that's mine. Indiana Carnivore. Well, good morning. I'm being evicted from the rental house I've been in for 20 years. They now want $350,000 for this dump. See what I mean? And that's what happens when you let the Federal Reserve pump your market with debt. That's what happens every time. And then every time these people go under, the Fed pumps them up with more debt through the banking system. Waiting at the transmission shop, 2-hour wait process. Oh, my goodness. Well, when it comes time to do my transmission, you'll see it here in the house. So, can you believe I've never taken any vehicle or piece of equipment I've owned to a mechanic in my entire life? I was just talking. In fact, on our last live with DC, we were talking about how most people can't do anything anymore. And I've had this subject many times in live streams. And I never give myself credit that I can do everything myself. All home repairs, all auto repairs, building things. That's one thing. I think that's where I want to kind of move my channel to. It's not a carnivore channel. It's sort of a survival channel, being able to do all these things yourself. And even if you don't do it yourself, at least know how they're going to work. I've been evicted 3 times in 4 years. I feel you. Yeah. Chuck, sorry, where will you go? Good question. And look, it's Peter Pop Carnivore. I'm sure you'll drop in here for a little bit. And you said you would. And there you are. Good morning, quackers. And we have some good mornings to Peter from all the usual suspects. Not 110, 2010,000. 2010,000. Sounds like a Miami price. Good morning from KC. Well, there's Steve Rogers, as Mitch always calls him, Captain America. Glad to have you here. And I hope that Kansas City is not as cold as some places, because some people were freezing their seeds off. Hi, brides. Michael, there we go. And let me see. Oh, comments are strong. Look at that. I like it. Don't know yet until the grandkids get out of high school in July. Well, that gives you plenty of time to look. Hopefully, maybe you'll find a place that you could buy. But again, all of us rent our property. We may rent it from a landlord, or like me, I rent it from the county. So there is no place in the U.S. where you can own your own home, which I wish we would change that. What we need to do, we need to make a home like a car, something that you can own, and you don't have to pay rent on it. And I think that would help the economy tremendously, because then people wouldn't feel bad. I mean, I don't fix my house because I don't want it to be worth more. If it's worth more, they charge me more rent. So why would I fix it? If you live in a rental unit, you're not going to fix it. I'm just going to patch the place up to the bare minimum so they don't condemn it. And that's it. I'm not going to fix it up. I build a new place, it's going to be a box. It's going to be surrounded by trees. In fact, ideally, I want my next home to be a farm or ranch. That way, the government rent is a lot less. I guess the other option would be to start your own church and be like the Amish people or something. And then if you lived in a church, you wouldn't have to pay property tax. But I'll figure something out. I'm working on it. Step one is fix my truck. And as you can see, I have a pile of parts in my living room. Look at all this stuff. That's all from my truck. I got engine parts. My living room looks like a shop, and the reason I do that is because my garage is too small and it's too full of stuff. I don't have any place to work, and I don't want to put my stuff in the rain, so I bring it in the house. And then the problem is when I build the engine, it's too heavy because the house has a step, and I don't know how I'd get it out. So I'll do the sub-assemblies indoors, and then I'll take it outside when we have a day when there's no rain, and then I will assemble the engine. I'll keep it under a tarp. My biggest problem is none of my engine stands are strong enough to hold this thing. I put one on there, and it started drooping down. It looked like a bird bending down to drink water. Not so good. And Peter says he ate some pretzels. Gave me gas. Bloating and diarrhea. Big mistake. Why did I do that? Lesson learned. Well, because you may have seen the ducks waddling around, and you thought, oh, wouldn't it be nice to waddle around and eat duck food and then go into the duck pond and make a duck poop? Well, you got bloating and diarrhea, so now you're pooping like a duck because that's the way they poop. They make diarrhea everywhere they go. Okay, hello, Rick and all the quackers. Well, hello. Glad that you're here. And comments, there we go. The last few times I've had grains, I was sick for days. Yeah. It's the thing is, don't eat seeds. That's the Rick diet. As Dr. Kiltz always says, grains ferment in the gut and make alcohol. Then you get gas, bloating, and discomfort. I'm going back to strict carnivore today. Well, good for you, Peter. I didn't know that you would be tempted by the duck food, but it's better to be a quack than to be quacked. Let's put it that way. Okay, pork is also cheaper than beef. Great buy. Yes, it is. And again, if you're eating some beef, I don't think there's anything wrong with eating some pork. If you've gotten away from the duck food, the seeds, I think you're doing better. Yeah, pork has omega-6 or whatever, but I've never had a problem. I've always felt good eating pork. And I think pork is supposed to have more magnesium than beef, so maybe one of the reasons I never need electrolytes. That and the yogurt. That's one thing I do not mess with, Peter, is grains. And again, my theory since the beginning has been that seeds are bad for you. My dad used to eat pumpkin seeds, flax seeds, a lot of seeds. He would take the seeds, put them in this coffee grinder, grind it all up, and then he would eat this crap. And it smelled like chemicals. And like, Dad, why are you eating this nasty crap? Oh, seeds are good for you. But don't you have to cook them first? Oh, no, raw is best. Okay. Because I always thought that seeds were toxic so that animals didn't eat them, and you'd have to cook them to make them remotely edible. But evidently, my dad believed very much in that. Of course, he never did get prostate problems. Of course, he had heart problems long before he got any other problems with that high blood pressure. My dad struggled with high blood pressure all of his life that I remember. And it doesn't make sense because I never struggled with high blood pressure. My blood pressure was always on the low side. And of course, he said, well, it's because you're skinny. But I've known several skinny people that have high blood pressure. And I could be here, put my blood pressure thing on, and I could be talking and see what happens. We'll just let that run. But anyway, I feel much better and certainly more satisfied eating mostly chicken and pork. Yes, some seafood and some beef. That's what I do. It works for me, and I guess it works for you too. It was a great experiment, but I wish I didn't eat those pretzels. My stomach is still messed up. And it's going to take a while to get that stuff out of your system. It's probably sitting in your colon torturing you. Let's see what my blood pressure is. Is this thing even working? Oh well. I need a variety of meats, not just beef. Now I got an error. I guess I must be dead, see? All right. So I guess I died of a heart attack, and you better call 911 because I feel really good. So I think the joke's on this thing. I'll just start the silly thing over again. All right, is that your RV or is that a Hughes? There are Hughes also. Thanks for the lesson. I won't try eating a pretzel. Why would anybody want to eat a pretzel? Ugh, nasty. I love animal protein from a wide array of animals. Yes, Michael, if you want to maximize your carnivore experience, I think you need to extend out. Oh, here we go. Okay, here's my blood pressure. And that's with me doing a live stream. So does that mean I'm going to have a heart attack very soon? I don't know. Let me see. Okay. Yeah. I love the comments. It's just it's a double wide. Okay. You know, down here, there's no trailers anymore. All the trailers used to be on rented lots. And I told people the stupidest thing that anybody could do, other than jumping in a canal full of alligators, is to buy a mobile home on a rented lot. I mean, how stupid are you? If you're going to live in a mobile home, live on the land that you rent directly from the county. It takes them 3 years to evict you. You have a lot more rights. You live in a mobile home park, anytime a developer says, hey, I want to build apartments here, guess what? You're all gone. We're going to wipe out all your mobile homes and we're going to build a bunch of apartments. That's what they did down the street here. I think by now, haven't been there for a month, but I'm sure all the mobile homes are gone. And now they're going to pay off the county to get it rezoned for apartments. That's kind of the way it works. Okay. Ingredients: toxic seed oils, highly refined grain. Why would you eat that? I just don't understand it. Why would anybody eat a pretzel? I'll be moving to an RV park. I'll miss the privacy. I wouldn't do it. I would never move to an RV park. I'd stay on a lot. I'd stick an RV on my lot. Not an RV, a trailer. Well, I guess with an RV you can drive around. I do have my school bus. That was my RV. I believe highly processed grains are the worst food in the world. Yes, I believe that too. I believe plants in the form of tea gives you good minerals. It might. I enjoy a cup of herbal or green tea after dinner occasionally. I feel fine after drinking it. Well, hey, if it works, that's good. We want to see you eat some nasty duck food like a sour cream potato chip on camera. Well, I guess I could try, but ugh. Yeah, you know, that's a good idea for a video, Carnivore Dan. I think that's a good idea. I'm going to get some duck food. Maybe I'll make a video series. Rick tries to eat duck food and see what happens. Because you've probably seen me when I'm on, like with Keto Cookout with Russ Mitchell, and people start talking about duck food. I go, ugh, you know, ugh. And then he calls it a gas face or something. But yeah, it's a good idea. I think that might catch on. I like it. I believe we're lacking of minerals because we're not drinking well water. I still drink well water. Here it is. And I have rainwater as well. Bill Cook is here. Good morning. Wow. Okay, it's 14 degrees. So when I mentioned, I hope it's not too cold, I guess it is too cold. Plants give me too many oxalates, which give me too many kidneys. I've never had a kidney stone. Maybe that's what it is. Most well water has been contaminated. Yeah, that's true. Makes me wonder about the water here. It's 8 degrees here in northeast Iowa. We'll be below zero Sunday and Monday. Wow. Okay. Let's see. And the comments just rocketed ahead. And we have Venetian Cat. I see you are here. Another one that drops into Russ Mitchell now and then. Good morning, Rick and family. 20 degrees. Wow. 6:30 a.m. in northern New Mexico. Even the cat stayed in. There you go. My little cat, he's a pussy cat. When it was cooler, he got so close to me, I thought that I had a built-in cat pillow. And he just stayed there all night. Of course, he wakes up in the morning around 6 so he can go to the windowsill and look for Miss Kitty. And then they can make noises at each other. It's so cute. Might have to make some eggs soon. Well, there you go, Bill. That sounds like a plan. And look, it's carnivore science, otherwise known as black box warning TV. So if you don't know who that is, it's Liz, and not the kind of Liz that we use that we call iguanas. So good that you're here. Glad to see you. Venetian Cat. And Josephine says howdy to Dave. And Michael's got the cat symbol. I own my mom's house, and she's now on keto and very healthy. We're both going to the Kilts meetup in Tampa in a few weeks. I'm hoping that I can get there too now. I believe Dr. Kilts personally invited me to his get-together. I need to contact him. In fact, I may even try to call his phone number and have a talk with him like Mitch does. Dr. Kilts is the only, and I mean the only, of the Carnivore Doctor celebrities who actively posts his phone number. This guy is fearless, let me tell you. Reminds me of myself in some ways. He's just more inclusive. I tend to be a little more stubborn. On one end, we have Mitch, old guy carnivore, who's very, very stubborn. And then on the other side, we have Dr. Kilts. And somewhere in the middle is Rick. And I noticed that even Mitch has been kind of like this. But Dr. Kilts still stays over here, so kind of interesting. But hopefully I'll be able to see you. And again, if I do make it there, I'm easy to spot. There's only one person that's going to be as tall as me. I was the tallest one at Hack Your Health, and I'll probably be the tallest one there too. So it's a little something that, you know, kind of unique. I thought of eating popcorn once. Dang near everyone in these chats talked me out of it. Well, guess what? I have a popcorn machine right here. See it? I use that popcorn machine. We have get-togethers, especially at my friend's place. I take that thing out of there, plug it in over there in his backyard, and I make Rick's Heart Attack popcorn, which is the only popcorn, and I still, believe it or not, I still have popcorn that I grew when my mom was alive. She loved popcorn, so I made her popcorn regularly. And when I cook the popcorn, sometimes I use coconut oil that I got from my own coconut trees, and sometimes I use lard. Lard is the best for popping popcorn. And the popcorn that I use is that weird colored stuff. It's not the stuff you buy in the store. It's a combination of kind of like gray and blue and yellowish and all kinds of weird colors. And yes, I put turmeric from my own yard in the mix with the lard so that the popcorn comes out yellow. And of course, you know, there's a stick of butter going into every batch of that popcorn. So that's going to be the butteriest. I don't salt it, by the way. I keep the salt nearby. So if I eat some of it, and I'll eat 2 handfuls of it before I get bored with it and I can't eat any more. The thing about meat is that unlike a lot of people, I have no limit onto how much meat I can eat. I can eat meat until I can't swallow anymore. I eat meat until I get a discomfort right here because the esophagus is filling up with meat. And I've learned from experience, once you get to that point, stop. Because otherwise you're going to be throwing it up. But when it comes to carbohydrates, if I'm making plantains, 1 plantain is the max I can eat because I start to feel sick. And popcorn, 2 handfuls, that's it. I can't eat any more than that. It tastes good at first, but after the first handful, you lose interest, and after the second handful is like, get that away from me. But I'll continue to make it, and I enjoy the smell. And, you know, the machine, it rotates around, and it pops out the side. It's got the little heat lamp in there. And then people come to get popcorn. They get the bags. You scoop it up and give them a load of popcorn. Everybody loves it. Everybody loves the popcorn, and they always say, this is the best popcorn I've ever had. It's better than the movie theater. Because most people, when they think of popcorn, they think about microwave popcorn, which in my opinion isn't even duck food. I wouldn't give that crap to a duck. It is absolutely disgusting. It's always burned, and it smells nasty, and it looks horrible. But that's just me. But anyway, I thought of eating popcorn once. Well, guess what? I'm glad that you didn't, because unless you made it yourself, you will be disappointed. And I really don't like eating seeds. I do believe that seeds are toxic, although popcorn is cooked, so it's probably not that toxic. It's probably just carbohydrates. I don't think there's really, other than the anti-nutrients, I don't think there's any toxins left. by the thing's been blown up from steam, and then on top of that, saturated with lard, and there's salt in it. But again, popcorn does not make me sick, I have to admit. Now, if I was to eat commercial popcorn, which I've done in the past when I was younger, yes, I would get diarrhea, and it was diarrhea with little popcorn pieces. So I knew it was from the popcorn. Then I found out most of the commercial popcorn, they use a chemical called flavacol, which has salt, but it also has MSG in it. And a lot of the people that pop corn, they use popping oil, which, by the way, is not coconut oil. It's soybean oil, colored soybean oil. So they take food coloring and put it in soybean oil, and they call it popping oil. That is just horrible. And then you have the disgusting air-popped popcorn, which is dry as a desert, and unless you butter the crap out of it, it's going to taste really bad. But anyway, that's my story of popcorn. All right, let's see. Okay. Liz, brain not working. Yes. Chuck, nice. There we go. They say sourdough bread is best. Not so. I bought a loaf to go with bone marrow. Had a hard time after eating the bread. Well, you got to remember, the so-called sourdough isn't always sourdough. My dad was a fanatic about bread. He loved bread. I hate bread. Hate it. But I have bread makers that I picked out of the garage that I need to get rid of. They're still like brand new. I'm going to try to find somebody that wants them. But it's like Dad would make concrete bread, so I figured out how to make genuine sourdough bread. And again, I don't like bread, but my dad liked it. He enjoyed it. And it did make a difference. The sourdough process requires feeding the culture, and you have to keep this thing in your kitchen. You have to keep feeding it all the time. It's like a living thing. I don't think that the commercial sourdough bread uses that process. Have fun to Super Tune, Chuck. There we go. Rick, does that mean that Peter lost his quack card for eating pretzels? No, because he ate the pretzels and got twisted. So now he's back to normal. Pork has more B vitamins than beef. Yes, especially B1. There's that. That's right. It definitely does. I can feel the difference. Let me tell you. When I eat pork, I like to have pork with breakfast, as weird as it may seem. My routine has been for years. Eggs and pork for breakfast, and then chicken or some other inexpensive meat for lunch, and then beef for dinner. I've did that for years, and I kept me healthy and happy and strong. And you got to remember, as skinny and as sickly as I look, the fact that I can lift heavy parts and I can dig ditches and do work all day and have never been injured in decades, I must be doing something right. Sure, I could have a heart attack. Look at my blood pressure. You saw what my blood pressure was. That's deadly. I mean, seriously, look at this. Okay. I could die at any time. I could drop dead. Boom, and I'm gone. My oldest 40-year-old son already started keto carnivore 3 days ago. Oh, already feels so much better. Lost 7 pounds. I got into 230 pounds at 5'6". I can't even get to 200 pounds at 6'6". That's terrible. And I eat whatever I want. I don't know. On that note, I'm off to bed. Enjoy your beautiful day, Nana. Well, Josephine, thank you for being here. As always, I appreciate it. The more people that come in, the better it is. And SMH Cast, good morning. Well, good morning. Good to see you again. Another great person that I've seen in many other chats. Chuck, I've had well water my whole life. Well, there you go. Yeah, I could drop dead at any moment. You never know. I have well water. I live on the country, but it tastes back. Oh, came back fantastic. Well, there you go. Tastes great too. Good. At least you're probably in a wooded area, not in some agricultural runoff. Watching news. I may be back later, making breakfast soon. Well, Bill, thank you so much. And if I see you again, I'll see you again. Out of developed areas is the reason why. That's right. The more that people modify the environment, the worse it gets. Okay. Yep. All right. To Brian, TC. Okay, take care, Brian. There you go. Was worried about nitrates because of all the farming around, but not a problem. Well, it depends on the farming. It also depends on soil conditions. You could live around a lot of monocrop farms, but if your water table is really far down and it's not fed directly by rivers or streams, it's probably fine. I would love to live in the country. Anything slightly country an hour away, but still high prices. Well, that's Florida. Everyone here in Florida is an idiot. But don't worry. When a major hurricane hits Miami, and it's coming eventually, it's going to scatter people all over the state, and it'll probably crash the market because even though people will run from Miami, they're not going to be able to get any money. And the other thing that could happen, let's say that they reverse the mess in South America and countries like Venezuela start making money again. People are not going to come running here anymore. They may go there. Who knows? Cuba may fall apart. That may turn into Las Vegas of the Caribbean. And then Miami is toast, which will be great because the less people that live in Miami, the higher the quality of life. That's my theory. If we could reduce the population of Florida by half, it would double our living standards. As sad as it seems to be, that seems to be true. I want a duck donut. Okay. Rick better get some health insurance before eating the duck food. Well, there you go. I could drop dead at any time. Quack. CV Carvac is a quack himself. And look, Polish Mike has returned. Below zero in suburbs of Chicago. Wow. Still went for a walk earlier today. That doesn't surprise me. One of our hardcore carnivore friends. No nonsense. No show, no clickbait, nothing. Just eating well, working out, and living as primal as possible. And that's good. I wish you made more videos, though. I always enjoyed your videos. Maybe you'll do it again. We'll see. But glad that you said it hi and commented. Yep, CB. Rick eating duck food for clickbait. Too funny. I'm going to do it. I think that's a great idea. We're going to have, I have several things that I can try. We can try spaghetti and meatballs. Rick eats spaghetti and meatballs. We'll make a short out of it. Try to eat spaghetti. I'll probably throw up like I always did. I don't know if I should put the vomiting on video, though. Ugh. And then I'll grab the meatballs. I need to get some like commercial meatballs. I think I might have a friend that had some because those things make me sick too. Michael Pregler says, Kiltsy is a great human. Yes, he is. We love Dr. Kiltz. Is there anyone in my group that doesn't like Dr. Kiltz? Well, you need to eat more steak because it's kind of interesting. Dr. Kiltz struck me at first as a used car salesman, but now I realize that he's actually an entertainer, sort of an amateur comedian. He's an entertainer, and he's definitely, I believe, out of all the carnivore doctors, he is the longest of the carnivore eating doctors. 15 years, he said. 5 years is long term, in my opinion. So all the carnivore doctors now have, well, I don't know, Dr. Berry, has he reached 5 years yet? I think he was still keto, but of all the carnivore doctors, I think Dr. Kiltz has been doing it the longest. And unlike me, he was having health issues before. I think everyone, Dr. Baker even, Dr. Baker's been, what, 9 years or 10 years or something like that? But, of course, Dr. Baker is the ultimate carnivore doctor. He is the top of the top, and right next to him is Dr. Chafee. Dr. Baker's been doing it longer. He's also bigger. And then you have Dr. Chafee, who's more involved and he cares a lot. And he's actually gone out and interviewed a lot of people, including me. Of course, Dr. Baker did also. And those two are the top of the heap. Now, I know a lot of people, they love Dr. Berry. And I can't say anything about him because I've never been able to communicate with him. I've never seen him in person. He has his own cult following. And he doesn't really mix in with the rest of us. Over here, we're in the outlier section. But he doesn't really go out of his way to get mixed with us. Now, Dr. Kiltz does. Dr. Kiltz, he seems to look around the outside for the outliers to pull them in. So we definitely have a different way of doing things. And I am glad that my friend, Alia Wells, drew me into the kilts community. It was her that did it. Otherwise, I wasn't really paying attention. But she drew me in, and now I'm in the group, and I watch every day. So what can I say? I'm just very happy that we have our community, and I have my live stream, and some of you have live streams as well, and we can kind of communicate through chat, through email, and the occasional meetup. I've been to one so far. Hopefully next month I'll be able to go to Dr. Kilt's. I'm hoping I'll get my truck running, but the more I work on it, the more problems I find. And I don't have a lot of money to put in the truck, so I'm trying to do things on the cheap. But we'll see. As the work comes in and I get more money, then I'll put more in the truck. I was thinking about, I don't have to rebuild the engine, but I did decide to remove the heads and do a block cleaning, electrolysis. I'm going to do a thorough engine refresh. So, and hopefully today I'm going to get out there with Bob, and now that I've stripped the other engine, move that engine to the patio for the repair. So yeah, your mom is rolling over the way you just said lard. Well, that's it. My mom did not like lard, but she had no idea that I was cooking her popcorn in lard. I feel like I'm talking to a neighbor over a fence, so there you go. Rick, seriously, I mentioned that South Park episode on the live stream last night. How people who know how to build and fix things started running the world. I hope you start a series teaching. Yes, I will. That is my intention for this channel. Because the thing is, I take it for granted. But when I talk to friends of mine, and they always ask me questions. When somebody has a technical problem, who's the first person they call? They call Rick. Of course, my advice is free. That may be one of the reasons why. And I've covered so many subjects. Everything from electronics, which is my degree, to mechanics, construction, even some amateur law. It's just all kinds of weird things. And how many people have that many abilities in one person? I'm not a master of any. They say jack of all trades, master of none. But I actually do better than some people who are specialized in a field. It really is kind of amazing. The only thing that I am very weak at is software and coding, because I hate it. And it's very difficult for me to remember every instruction and what it does and syntax. I can't deal with that. My mind doesn't work that way. But you give me any kind of mechanical item and I'll figure it out. You can give me, and I've done this before, when I was younger, my dad gave me a box full of small engine parts. There were 2 engines. I remember one was off a Jacobson. It was a 2-stroke. And the other one was off a Toro, and it was a 4-stroke. And they were all taken apart, and they had gasket sets and everything. The guy had bought them, never did it. He got old, cleaned out his garage, gave the stuff to my dad, and my dad gave it to me to see if I could put it together. I spent 2 days struggling with these things, and I got them together. Back then, there was no internet, but we did have the instruction set that came with it and a manual, and I figured it out. And I was probably 12 years old. It was like 1979, 1980. I think I was 12 years old. And that was the first time. And I've always been good with puzzles. I used to build things with the Lincoln Logs and the Lego bricks and all that stuff. And I did it. And both engines ran just fine. Well, I had a carburetor adjustment, but they ran fine. So it was kind of nice. BK Belgian Carnivore, good morning, Rick and Milton and the Saturday Quack team. Well, good morning. Glad that you are here. Michael Pregler says, when I was a kid, we always popped our popcorn and bacon grease and then a ton of butter. Well, see, I didn't know that other people did that. But to me, lard seemed like the key. Up. Chat just jumped way ahead. I can't just eat 1 or 2 hands full of buttery salted popcorn. I eat the whole bowl. As long as I don't start eating it, I'm fine. Huh. But I'm not tempted. Okay, well, that's good to know. See, not everybody is like me. Now, you bring me a plate full of ribeye steaks, and I can eat the entire thing, and I won't be able to move. I'm going to be so stuffed. It's going to be like a turkey ready for the oven. I can't. I have no control. When it comes to meat, I have no control. When it comes to carbohydrates, it's hard to get me interested. That's the problem. It's like bags of snacks. Everybody I know, they eat bags of snacks. They got their Doritos and their Takis and all this other crap, and they eat it. I look at it and I go, "Ugh, duck food, quack it." I don't like bad movies enough to eat that much popcorn. Okay. I used to make beer bread. I know people that used to make beer battered fish. I didn't like it. It was nasty. I'd rather have pork rind coated fish. Much better. Buying anything made cook has a great option of having bad things in it. That's true. You never know what it is. Yeah, I'm with you on that. The Chafeeites were told to stand down. He will not have his card revoked for the most recent pretzel violation. There you go. Talking about Peter and his pretzel disaster. Sourdough bread does nothing to lower glycemic load and glucose on my CGM. And yes, I made the fresh stuff. Bread is duck food. I agree. And they even tell us don't feed it to the ducks. It's not good for them. Well, if that's the case, why are you feeding it to your kids? Are your kids worth less than a duckling? Come on. It was a quality loaf, not commercial. Okay, so the sourdough bread. So even the real deal didn't work for you. See? Bread is not human food. Rice biscuit, I found the exact same thing. Rarely do I buy commercial foods. That's good. I'm the type that prior to carnivore would look at food and gain weight. Okay? So in the same way. Carnivore is such a blessing. No more food war. Well, Venetian cat, I agree. Makes sense. I went down the alternate flours rabbit hole under keto. Nothing lowered my sugars or was tolerable by gut inflammation. And again, as Dr. Kiltz was saying, bread, believe it or not, can be used to make alcohol. Yes, it can. In fact, I made alcohol as a fuel for many years. I had the free permit from the ATF. And I used to make it from everything. A lot of what I used was leftover drinks at the restaurant that used to be down the street. I had them save it for me in a bucket. And I'd take the old beer and wine and everything that people didn't drink and dump it into the still. And I'd put bread in there to get the yeast so it would ferment. And it made a lot of alcohol. I ran my old Charger with alcohol, ran my lawnmower with alcohol. I still have the old lawnmower, although it's rusted out, my old Skag riding mower. And it worked. Great fuel. I love beautiful movies. So do I. Let's get out of here. What do you feel with the kidney stones? That's a good question. Mild signs. Same here. Bill Knott has started his new channel. Yes, I saw that Carrie posted that and I commented on it. So if you have not been watching Bill Knott because his channel was deleted, it's up. And I told you a few weeks ago that Carrie would help him with that. And he did. Obviously, Carrie is using Bill's story as a big part of his movie. So it would have been crazy if he wouldn't have helped him get his website back. And he did, just like I knew he would. That's great. I believe I subscribed to it, although I can't remember because Milton was torturing me at the time I was watching his video. That's great to know about Bill. Was wondering. Yes. Thankfully, Doc says they're small and not in areas likely to travel. Okay, it must be the kidney stones. I removed all plants and anything that might have oxalates like tea and turmeric, which I was using for other healing. Okay, fingers crossed. Bill and Daisy Alaska is the name of the channel. And Bill has Daisy. And what does Rick have? Milton. Daisy is so much friendlier looking and probably friendlier than Mr. Milton, who goes from sweet black kitty to Mr. Hyde, the black menace, the swamp cat. All of a sudden, he'll rip you apart. All the best. There we go. Bill has about 900 subs on his channel. I push this video on my channel to help. So happy he's back. Well, there you go. And he does all kinds of videos, although he advertises a lot of stuff as well. But good for him. He can't really do much else. I'm glad that he's able to get interest and hopefully gets a little money from it. So Kevin Hawthorne, 5257, says, good morning from Lakeland, Florida. Well, good morning from Miami, Florida. Always great to have our Floridians along with all our other great viewers. And we have 44 people watching right now. Let me see. Yep. All right. Well, I'm glad that you are here. And again, everybody that comes in is welcome. Even vegans, if you vegans want to drop into here, you are welcome. And by the way, if you like avocados and mangoes and you live in the area, don't forget to come by in season to get your free avocados and mangoes. And although I don't like fruit, I can tell you right now, my friend Tom, who I consider an expert in mangoes and avocados, loves my mango variety that I developed from seed. So it's a shame that more of us are not local, but you will definitely get the tastiest mangoes you've ever had. And even if you are carnivore and you eat fruit in season, you're only going to be eating it for a couple weeks because it's all going to be rotten after that. So how much damage can you do to your body with 2 weeks of mangoes or a month of avocados? Not a lot. And by the way, although mangoes can ripen on the tree, avocados have to be picked green. They will rot on the tree. You cannot, and the thing is, if an avocado starts to ripen and it falls off, it'll hit the ground and smash. It'll be completely ruined. So avocado is a man-made fruit, and it has to be cultivated by man to be edible. Otherwise, it's just going to be food for the animals, which is what I like to use it for. But that's a little something. Rice biscuit, there we go. We are the outliers. We utter these problematic phrases like global banking system. It's a problem for the larger channels. The truth is, though, it's all connected. That is correct. The thing is, the monetary system, which very few people talk about. Well, then again, I saw Dr. Baker talking about Bitcoin, and I've seen Dr. Kiltz also mention it. The monetary system is the tool that they use to keep the monocrop agriculture going, keep people living in these cities, and keep people away from their food source. If not for the debt-based monetary system, we would all have to deal with real things on a regular basis. Okay, there we go. She agrees. I taught myself electronics at age 12. I hung out at Radio Shack instead of malls. There was actually a Radio Shack in the mall here until 10 years ago. And Jonathan is here. Hello. And if you haven't been watching Jonathan, then you know that Jonathan has been facing challenges, and evidently the medical system is not able to do anything more about his chronic pain situation. So it's going to be up to him and whatever he can do. And of course, Jonathan is one of those people that is qualified to understand how things work and to make adjustments that will at least lessen the suffering. But we have never given up hope, and I do believe it's only a matter of time. If you continue to do what you're doing, that relief should be in your future. BK Belgian carnivore, ground beef with eggs, fried in real butter and adding Gouda cheese. There you go. See, that's carnivore. But don't tell that to the people that say you shouldn't eat cheese, because I believe for most people it's okay. For some people, sure, you don't want to do that. And Lamb says, good morning, quackers. And the head quacker here says, good morning in return. That is the easiest and most satisfying food for me when I want something quick. Okay, so you're referring to, and I missed it. Oh, well. Exactly, I love it. Milton's alter ego is the Velvet Claw. Yeah, Milton is something else, let me tell you. Bill and Daisy versus Rick and Milton. Bill and Daisy, I guess, would be more of the easygoing side. It would be like easy listening music. And then Rick and Milton, that would be like 1930s jazz going down in a Model T on a bumpy road. That'd be something like that. All the fat gets eaten up that way. That's right. I guess you're talking about the ground beef dish. Hello, Rick and everyone. Well, Linda Flanagan, 4692, says hello, and Rick says hello right back from Miami, Florida. Yes, I love to cook with the real cream butter. All meat, I cook in that. Excellent. And Robbie Autry, another one of our regulars from the Mitch channel. Good morning, Rick and everybody else. Well, good morning. Glad that you are here. And we are still at 44, which is very good. I always fry my steaks in butter. I like the taste and also slide the steak around, which makes a glaze on the meat in my own mind, at least. Well, there you go. Generally, I like to cook the meat a little less. I don't like grill marks on my meat, and I don't like it browned. I just like it cooked and not a lot. With steaks, the inner part of the steak is probably not even really well cooked. It's just slightly warm. but the outside is more cooked. And I do like to cook my steaks in a pan. I do cook them on the grill occasionally. It's just one of those things, but they have to be very thick and very fatty. For the lean meat that I normally, kind of tough with gristle and all that, I'll generally stew those. But yes, that does sound good with butter. And Jonathan says, I'm so glad for your support, Rick. I learned through you in different ways. Well, I'm glad that you do. And you're the reason why I did the regular ride and talks on the bike. I never used to do videos on my bike, but now I do. And since my truck broke, the bike turned into a great way to get around. Now, this afternoon, they're actually having something at the shopping center, which I might ride my bike to just to see what it's all about. It's some kind of meat sale, but we'll see. And there's Tim. Hello, chat, Mr. Rick. Hello, Milton. Well, hello, Tim. Glad that you are here. And also, Tim is not a carnivore, but he's one of the fitness, whole food eating kind of guys that we need to bring more into our group because we're all basically on the same journey. Some people who are younger may be doing very well on that path, and then they get older and they may have switched to the carnivore diet. Some people may be on the carnivore diet and they may have to add some fruit or vegetables to optimize their carnivore experience. Who knows? But we're all here trying together. Anyone that gives their body attention, that's able to work, that's flexible, is able to exercise, you must be doing something right. Because if you're over 40 and you're acting like someone in their 20s and you have the energy and all that, I say good. Keep doing what you're doing. Because it's not how long you live, but it's how good you live. And if you look like a blob and you feel like crap, who cares if you live to 100? Your life's miserable. You'd be sitting in a nursing home with people wiping your rear end and, maybe some people like being waited on. I don't know. But I don't. I would rather just drop dead when I'm healthy. That's it. I love that taste too. Yes. Let's get some likes on the stream. Yes, Tim, let's get some likes on the stream. That's right. And again, if you want to check out his channel, Odd Fitness Tim Brennan 560, I would recommend that you do so. Now again, he does eat some what I would consider ducky foods, but it's not that bad. And there's definitely a lot of meat and whole foods in that channel. And when it comes to fitness, I like his can-do attitude. He's always at it. And he's a cyclist like me. I don't know which one of us rides more, but we're both cyclists. No, Milton would obliterate Daisy in a cage match. He's from the street. That is true. Milton, I know from first experience, is a total beast. You do not want to get Milton angry. Even now that Milton's been fixed, I can see that he's got an aggressive side, and he is very strong. This cat is like a miniature tiger. He's so strong, and he's so fast. If you've seen him play, he's like a Tasmanian devil. He even spins around like a Tasmanian devil. But the interesting thing is at night, he sleeps in the bed totally peaceful and just so nice. But boy, when he gets agitated, watch out. Milton is a menace. And yes, he is a former street cat. He is something else. Milton seems, yeah, it could be heavy metal. That cat is something else. Woo! He's a beast. Tonight I'll be frying chicken and beef fat. Awesome. That is delicious. I love heart attack chicken. Totally, yes. Cats with GoPro channel videos are funny. Well, I'll have to do that with Milton one of these days. And Brian Dish says, good morning to Amy. And again, don't we just love Amy with her... Where is Amy? Did I miss her? Okay. Somehow I missed it. Maybe I missed the comment. Smash that like button like it's horse meat you're trying to tenderize. Well, make sure that if you do that, and it's an odd number of times and not an even number of times, because you'll cancel yourself out. And there's Amy. She says hello to Brian. And Amy did mention one of the reasons why she was gaining weight and having issues on the carnivore diet. They figured out what it was. So she's going to be back on track and ready to take on Rick's heart attack burger again. Now, I know, who is it that's going to take on Jerry? wants to take on Rick's Heart Attack Burger. So we're going to see. But only Rick can make and eat the entire Heart Attack Burger in one sitting to this point. Who else can do it? We're going to see. Maybe she can. And we have a question, our first question of the day from Robbie Autry. QQQ. Rick, is Milton back to 100%? I think so. The only thing is his fur hasn't grown back yet, but he seems very healthy. He's an active little monster, and he hasn't attacked me at all since last Wednesday when he got fixed. What is that noise? Interesting. That's how I heard cat noises. But yes, Milton is back to 100%, and I'm sure he'll come in here eventually to bother me, and you'll see him. Hello from the UK. There's George. Has anybody checked out Grandma's channel today? A new comedy song, the Carnivore Olympics. Maybe a future event. There we go. Which team are you? I think I'm on KMT. Apologies to Carrie and Humanity. Well, what team am I on? I'm on the Quack Pack. I am the head of the Quack Pack. So my team is the Quackers. Healing Humanity, I was never invited to that team. So I guess I'm not part of Healing Humanity. But I guess I am part of the Kilt's Mighty Tribe because I'm always there and Dr. Kiltz mentions me a lot. So yeah, I guess I'm on the same team as you. It'd be kind of interesting. Does that include an eating competition? We're going to have an iguana eating competition. Who can eat the most iguana? I know exactly who's going to eat the most iguana. I think most people, if you hold up an iguana to them, they'll go, ugh, I can't eat that. Bring them a live iguana. Here you go. Here's an iguana. Here's a knife. Get him ready, and we'll cook him up. Yeah, it'll be delicious. All right. Let's see. Sorry I'm late. That's fine. You're never late on Rick's live stream because this live stream goes as long as you do. And this KMT. There we got another vote for KMT. I am Team Mitch. Well, there you go. But isn't Mitch part of KMT? Wait a minute. Maybe. KMT. Quack Pack. Mitch Fitz. But I'm on all of those, I believe. I am the Quack Pack. I'm with KMT. I guess I'm also one of the Mitch Fits because Mitch actually likes me, which is amazing. Hard to believe that with all the little controversies going on, but I think even Carrie likes me too. I don't think there's anyone in the carnivore community that hates me. And if you are out there, I'd like you to let me know. I'll challenge you to a heart attack burger competition. Let's see how many heart attack burgers you can eat compared to the master of the heart attack. My blood pressure tells me that heart attack is coming before you know it. I mean, I'm sure that my blood pressure is already going up. Let me check that again. How much blood pressure do you need to get heart disease? Let's see, it was 97/79. We'll see what it is now. And I'm not relaxing. I'm talking. Okay. All right. You deserve it. You're very busy. Yes. Chilly, good morning, Amy. AI-generated celebrity death match between Rick and Milton. Hey, that would be kind of funny, actually. Now, see, blood pressure's... Now I'm going to have a heart attack. Look at that. That's got to be heart attack range. 117/75 with a heart rate of 74. That right there, that's a heart attack, right? I gave up trying to get a heart attack. Amy, glad you're getting rest. Awesome. We forgot about Team Mitch. My bad. Well, there you go. Cats are fast and cold. Yes. Cats are, let me say, nervous as a kitten. Milton was stalking a cockroach, and another roach made a noise, and he jumped off the floor. It's like, wow. That thing is like on a hair trigger. Cats are incredible. I don't have a car since 2001. Use public transportation, moved closer to my work. Got 6 years ago, brand new bicycle. Not electric to ride to my work. 25 minutes ride towards work and back home. Well, there you go. I joined just in time for the Milton versus Daisy cage match. That would be funny. It really would. Cats greater than mongoose. Cats are fast. Also got proper rain clothes for it. Well, there you go. Jerry and Thomas and a bunch of people. Yes. That's right. Yep. Saying hello to Lewis. Amy says, I will be in San Diego celebrating my birthday. Well, there you go. Oh, will I ever catch up? I think I will. I'm going to hear Trent Reznor every time I see Milton. Also, check out Paradox and Awesome Cat AI movies. Okay, good to hear. And we have a hello from CB Carmack. GoPro with cats is a camera on a farm somewhere. They're quiet and sometimes have fights. I belong on the Carnivore Quack team. Well, there you go. I'm glad to have you here with the other Carnivore Quacks. I'll give you run for the money eating iguana. Well, there you go. I would eat iguana and just won't kill them. They become my pet with iguana fur coat and diamond collar leash. Iguana pet. I have to send you a pet iguana. That'd be funny. I will invite you to my swelling humanity devour of a whopper. That puts the whopper to shame, let me tell you. Mitch glazes Kiltsy on the regular. Yes, he does. And so does Kilts. He asks questions like, should we really be smoking cigars? Yep. Even though he himself occasionally smokes a cigar. That's the whole idea. Iguanas are flying everywhere on the thumbnail. And in the song, other teams are PhD, Rivero, and SVG. Yeah, Rivero is Sean Baker's group. Although SBG would be Sean Baker's group, right? SBG, Sean Baker's group. PhD is... Who the heck is that? That's... I don't know. Who knows? Found Paradoxical looks to me interesting. I'll definitely watch that. Okay. Yes, it is. Burr. It's cold there. Yes. I'm on Team Kitties and Fur People. Yes. There's a lot of us cat people in the carnivore community. I took my first pill last night. Can't miss my first tip. Okay, yeah. Take the pill. Get that thyroid under control, right? Okay. I think Kilt's sample has smoothed out Mitch. Yes, I believe it has. They talk on the phone, so I'm sure, Kilt's and Mitch and me, we're all kind of old timers here. We like to talk. The chat thing is great, but the talkity talk, I pick up my rotary phone. I get more done in 1 minute on the rotary phone than I would 10 minutes trying to send text messages. It's 2 p.m. I've only moved once today. It's like my body knows Rick's live. Tune in. Well, there you go. Now, in your case, getting comfortable and relaxing is going to help with the spine, obviously. Jonathan has figured out ways of getting his activity in, but at the same time, giving his body a break. I just hope, as time goes on, medical technology will advance, or maybe you'll get a miracle, and that pain will be reduced. That's what I'm hoping for, because we want Jonathan to be around a long time. Jonathan is sort of like, I don't know how to describe it. You always have the village with the wise man or the doctor or whatever. He's sort of like that type of person in the carnivore community. I'm the joker. I'm the comedy guy. Of course, Dr. Kiltz is kind of a joker too, but you know how that is. But we want to keep Jonathan active in the community because he provides valuable service for people and also a resource that we can use to take our experience to the next level. Just makes me feel guilty that I don't work out, even though I have zero pain. I will have to one of these days. Once I've moved, I have a better place, I'm going to give it a shot. But at the very least, I'm strong enough to get my work done. And I do credit the carnivore diet for that because since I don't work out, Where do I get the strength to lift up engine parts and rocks and blocks and bags of cement and all that? That's it. Sip of coffee. There you go. And Tim says, good job on biking around most health-wise transportation. Yes. And the thing is, not only does a bike improve your health, but it also improves your mood. Because when you're sitting in a car and you're worried about somebody crashing into you on the street, or you have to worry about the next cop that's going to harass you because they don't like your old car, you're on the bike. You can ride by everybody, get up there on the sidewalk, take shortcuts through the park. There's shopping center over here. I have to go all the way around to get to the shopping center by car. I can just take the bike path and go through the back by the canal. I can avoid, it takes me 15 minutes by car, and it takes me 12 minutes by bike. So I'm saving 3 minutes. And then in the parking lot, I don't have to negotiate with all the bad drivers. That's another 2 or 3 minutes I save. I just ride right up to the front of Presidente, chain my bike to that little bike rack, go in there, get what I want, come on out, and go home. And I get to look at beautiful ducks, parking lot chicken, and iguanas on the way there. When I'm driving, I'm looking to see who's going to run into me or what idiot's going to stop in the middle of the road to let somebody out. I don't have to worry about that on the bicycle. Now, for long trips, driving is the only way. But I've made long trips on the bike. I've gone to Gordon Foods. That's like 10 miles away. That's a 20-mile round trip on a bicycle through the city. I've done that. I've gone on the metro path under the metro. I've gone from here to downtown Miami on a bicycle. I've also taken the bus and the metro rail with my bicycle. And then I use a bicycle to get around. I'm a big fan of using a bicycle, and I think everyone that is healthy enough to do that should do at least some cycling every week. And again, watch Tim. You'll see he's a good cyclist. He's always on the move. I don't know which one of us, though, is crazier on the bike. I don't think he carries some of the crazy things that I do, like bringing home Christmas trees and junk, a kitchen sink. You'd be surprised at the things I brought home on the bicycle. Stereo, whatever. Mitch respects what Dr. Kiltz is doing. Yes, I agree. I do. Sings in a rock band very well. He's going to Dubai to get his hair and teeth worked on. This is how slim I am. Oh, he immediately praised me on how slim I am. He takes a drug. Okay. Interesting. Team Duckman, Swamp Cat, and cooking with strawberry poop gas. Yes, Amy? And you can be credited with that as well. You took basically my routine life and turned it into entertainment, which I think is really funny. Usually those response not accurate. I have the one that goes around your arm. I do have that, and it plugs in. Let's see, it always showed low, and I have a high blood pressure on the arm. Okay. I've tried both, and they're about the same, so. But I'll bring that in one of these days, and I'll put it on. I got little toothpick arms, so I got to use the small size. Actually, the small size is too small. My arms may look skinny, but I'm not that skinny, thankfully. Okay, good morning, Rick Milton from Tammy Patarch. Y'all quackers, yes, this is the quack zone. Okay, PhD is Ken Berry. Okay. I keep forgetting about him. I don't know why. I don't see what is so great about Ken Berry. It's a guy with a southern accent. Big deal. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, Dr. Berry. Jonathan is correct. I just found GoPro. It's awesome. Oh, for the cats. Okay. SBG is Bella. Okay. So that's not Sean Baker Group. Sean Baker, I know, used to be called Meat RX, but it's called Rivero. And again, the Bella lady, I met her in person. She seems relatively nice, but she's just your, healthy 20-something. I don't know why her group is so popular. It's hard to imagine. There must be something going on there I don't know about. I'm on team who's giving me free food. Well, that's right, Tim. If you lived here, I'd give you some avocados and mangoes. I got loquats. I got bananas. You like tropical fruit? You come on down here. I'll load you up with the best tropical fruit you've ever had. You'll be so fruity you'll think you're Paul Saladino. That is correct. Steak and butter gal. Okay. SBG, steak and butter gal. Steak and butter gal. Okay, well. Me, I would be, let's see, DIG. Duck Iguana Guy. So my group would be called Dig. And I'll give you a shovel and you can dig holes to plant some fruit trees. One of them shows him rip up a mouse and eat it. Okay, I'm not sure who that is, but as long as it's meat or eggs, that's right. And he does eat plenty of meat and eggs. Team Wimpy hamburger today. We'll pay on Tuesday. Question. Have you ever had a massage or holistic treatment? What do you think? No, I have not. I have not. Now, I don't know why I would do that. I don't like being touched most of the time, unless it's my cat, and you got to watch the claws. But no, I never have. But that's a good question. No one's ever asked that before, Jonathan. That's a good question. Let's see. I see that in real life all the time with 13-pound rippling muscle beast. You must be talking about your kitty cat. He's the best. Okay. And which of the influencers was Mike referring to? That's a good question. I like making content and sharing. I have alerts set on my accounts for any updates regarding research and my condition. Yes. And I tell you, don't give up hope, because I have a feeling, it's just in my mind, that there will be a solution. If you can just manage what you have and not give up. It's like me, you know, I've been poor for years now. I haven't given up. I know that things are going to change. It's only a matter of time. When I look at other people and what they've done and what they've gotten, I look at myself, I go, you know what? I think I'm at least at the same level, maybe a little better. So my term is coming. Rick has Doug's waddle over his back when it's stiff. My back has never been stiff. I might be the only person in the world. I know people, they have to get a foot massage, back massage. I don't need any of that. I don't have a need for any kind of massage or spa treatment or whatever. It, for some reason, and I don't know what it is, maybe when I get really old, I don't know. I think I'll have a heart attack before I get to that point. But you can see the way that I sit. I'm constantly, you know, sitting with my legs crossed. I mean, how many people that you see online sit like this? You know, look at this. This is not normal for somebody doing a live stream. I'm one of the very few. I can't stand the gamer chairs where your head is on the back of this thing. My neck doesn't bother me. I sit on an old couch that's sunk down in the middle. I have a truck. My truck seat was sinking because it's old, and I stuffed it with newspapers and foam. I ride around on a bicycle. I have my van. None of these things are ergonomic in any way, and yet I have no problems. I use a keyboard that's attached with a wire that I hold up in the air, and I don't know. I do all the wrong things, and I don't have any pain. But I think a lot of it is just structurally being on the carnivore diet and keeping my stress down. Team, yeah. Somebody likes Popeye. Yes, he is. That's why I appreciate that Jonathan comes into the live stream and shares his experience on his videos, because it gives you an idea of what is possible. And when people complain, well, I can't do this because of this, and I have this problem, whatever, like, well, let me show you somebody who is a bodybuilder and has a lot more problems than you do, and look at what he looks like. What is your excuse? Are you going to say that it's because you don't have time? You could go to a gym. You could change your diet. I think most people just make excuses. Well, Rick, you don't go to the gym. No, I don't go to the gym because I don't really have a need for it right now. I can do everything I need to do, all the work that I do with no problems. I have no pain. I'm not the best looking guy. I'm not the strongest guy in the world. But when I need to lift something heavy, that's what equipment is for. I'm built in such a way that I'm flexible and I have good dexterity. I can work on just about anything. I never have accidents. I don't scratch myself. I don't get hurt when I work on my own equipment. Even when I work on other people's equipment, I use my mind. I take my time. I know how to do these jobs without getting hurt. I know a lot of people that have been injured on the job, some serious cuts and breaks and everything. Never been injured because I take my time. But if you're sitting in an office all day, you're working in front of a computer like most people are, you're lucky enough to have a job that you can do from a desk. You don't have to go out in the heat. You don't have to go and struggle with rusted and damaged equipment. You don't have to pull wires and cut pipes and do all that stuff. You can work in a controlled environment, get paid well, and you're not willing to spend an hour or so and go and do some exercise. Get on a bike, ride around, join a gym, go out with your friends. No, you're going to come home, you're going to sit on a couch and vegetate and watch some streaming service and then complain, oh, my back hurts, I don't feel good, blah, 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 blah. That's nonsense. Is it really that difficult? You have the gift that you can go and work in an inside setting where you don't have to deal with the heat and the humidity and cold if you happen to live in a place with seasons. You can do this work. You get paid really well. You have lots of money. And then you don't want to spend a little bit of time to give your body some exercise. Because remember, it's like astronauts in space. They lose strength, they lose health very quickly because they're not putting the load that their body needs. So again, if you don't work physically, you need to exercise. And this is coming from someone that doesn't exercise. At the very least, walk more, ride a bike. And if you're really smart, you'll join a gym. And even if you don't join a gym, you'll find a park that has open space you can do outside. Or you can watch our friend Tim here. You see, he goes to the gym, but he also does exercises inside of his home. He's got a pull-up bar and gets on the floor and does push-ups and whatever. You need to do that. If you are not an active person, you need to get active. Because even if you're on the best diet in the world, if you don't move your rear end, you're not going to improve. And that's it. You could eat partial duck diet and still look really good. There's people on the internet that are in their 70s that look fantastic. And they're still eating the fruit and vegetables, but they're getting in the exercise. So you just need to know what works for you. And don't be lazy. Don't be a bum. Go out there and do something. That's it. Look at Mitch. Mitch doesn't go to the gym now, but he still stands up. You know, he gets on his chair and he'll get up in the air and he'll get down and he'll go up and down. And he'll do it numerous times to keep himself strong. Anybody can do that. You don't have to be a bodybuilder to get up and sit down. And you want to walk. You want to move. They say that when you start slowing down, that's when you're getting ready to die. Are you going to go and let yourself slow down and then die slowly? Or are you going to go out with a bang? You're going to be out there chasing that iguana. You're going to be out there working. And all of a sudden it's like, boom, and you fall over. And by the time somebody finds you, they call the rescue. They're like, put the towel over you, load you up in the truck, and off you go, right to the morgue. That's it. No nursing home, no hospital. You just drop dead, and you get it over with. And the next thing is in God's hands. It has nothing to do with you anymore. Any pain, suffering has been avoided. Isn't that a great way to go? Who wants to be suffering all the time unless you have no choice? And even if you are suffering all the time, if you can get those rare good moments in between, it's worth it. So even if you're not feeling good for most of the day, some parts of the day you feel good. And I think that makes it worthwhile. But anyway, that's my opinion. Okay, my guy does not get to go out because you're in the city. Sometimes runs in the apartment early in the morning after eating. I have a vacant room and leave the hallway door open for that. Well, there you go. And you know, kitty cats are like that. Smart to keep them in. Love when they get to zoom in. Yeah, that's my little Milton. He didn't get it today, but he had it yesterday. He's a Russian blue that somehow survived his first year outside. Officially announced my retirement from the horse racing world this week. Aha, I'm 100% Team Carnivore now. I'm about to make an announcement on YouTube. Just no time for anything but carnivore. Well, that's it. You're crazier. Okay, so he thinks that my bike rides are crazier than his. And you know what? It's right, because at least Tim is smart enough to wear a helmet. I don't wear one because it's too hot. My rule when it comes to cycling is this. If I'm riding my regular road bike, I'm riding on the sidewalk, I'm going through parks and stuff, I don't wear a helmet. I've never had a problem. If I ride a racing bike, well, you have to bent over position, then I will use a helmet. And if I use any kind of motorized bike, whether it's a dirt bike or electric bike or even scooter, I always wear a DOT helmet, which I have, like a motorcycle helmet, because if you're going to go with something with power, I do believe that a helmet is mandatory. And in fact, when I ride dirt bike, I wait till the cold weather because I put on all the protection, the knee pads, the everything. So if I run into a tree or something, I'm not going to get torn up. I don't have a death wish. So that's that. When I rode around on my six-wheeler, I did not use a helmet because I got tipped in the water a couple of times, and it's no fun when you got that helmet in the water and you're trying to swim out. But again, yeah, I think my bike riding is a little bit crazier. I ride on some pretty uneven terrain. And North Dakota Carnivore Lance is here. We're up to 47 right now. Good morning, all. I'd say good morning in return. George, you'll miss that. Yes. My 50th birthday, I asked for a stationary bike. My husband won't let me ride a real bike because I'm accident prone. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. Thanks for the kind comments. I'm not the best at everything, but I'm working towards learning more about my viewers' interests so I can pass it forward. Good for you, Jonathan. Appreciate that. My cat was a street cat rescue as a kitten, too. I think he is an Alpes Azulus breed from New Mexico. Named in Blue Eyes, eats ground chuck, a teeny bit of wet food. Yep, sounds like my Milton. He's a cutie. What does that mean? More time for live streams or something else? I'll ask in George. Okay. Hi, Rick. Well, hello, B. Benod. I'm glad to see you again. Always here. I like that. Love the regulars. Dr. Barry had a great origin story like Wolverine. Okay. Dr. Barry was one of the first in the space and leveraged his momentum. That's what it is. That's what it is. But then again, one of the first in the space was Butter Bob Briggs. But Butter Bob Briggs is gone. So sometimes the first mover advantage doesn't work. And Jamette says, good morning, Rick and Quacks. Well, good morning to Rick, Milton, and Quacks. Says good morning back to you. I like the recommending Dr. Barry for beginners. He's great as a breaking things down and explaining things on LA level. Yeah, okay. I am spending about $60 per month on wet food called Mouser. I participate in the sale twice a year to save $70 every 6 months. Nice. I might suggest a recumbent bike that uses magnets, or you can buy a wheel mount and just ride your current bicycle. I have one of those. I actually have one of those. The only problem with the wheel mount, and I learned this from experience, make sure that the stand is properly attached. I'm one of those people that tends to ride the bike in spurts. I ride it really aggressively. Well, this is actually kind of funny, but I had it set up here in the living room, and I was pedaling the bike to test it. I was giving it as much as I could. Well, somehow that little thing that fits onto the hub slipped out. The tire touched the floor, wheelied up, threw me into the wall, the bookcase. All the books started falling down on me. Bookshelf hit me on the head. I mean, it was pretty funny. And you can imagine, it's one of these. So when it hit the shelf, these brackets, one of them came off. I think there's a bracket here somewhere. There was a bracket here. Anyway, oh, there it is. These are the brackets that hold up the shelf. They fit in an aluminum track. And this thing came off, and it was like an avalanche. So if you're going to use the wheel mount, make sure that it is properly attached and don't ride like a maniac like I do, because if it comes loose, you're going to go flying. And I know you said you were accident prone. Now, thankfully, when I hit the bookcase, I didn't even get a scratch, but it did. I got a little bump right here on the head. I had like a red spot, but I did not get a scratch. But books went everywhere. I mean, I was in a pile of books. It looked like somebody bombed the library. That's how bad it was. But that's okay. All right, so let's see. Man, these comments today are strong. I got 46, but we got the best people here. This community, this Quack Pack is just amazing compared to some of the others. Having on wrist blood pressure works great. Yes, it works good for some people. Great advice, Rick. Well, thank you, Jonathan. And Kelly's here. Hey, there we go. To show me off-grid carnivore. Good morning, Rick Milton, everyone. Good morning. Glad to see you here. Often drops into live streams. I've seen you and Mitch. I've seen you with Russ. And by the way, Tuesday night, Rick and Russ will be there. So if you want to get on here now, you can always call on the phone if you want on my live stream. But if you want to get into a live stream where you're actually in video, you can just hit Russ's live stream until I get mine set up, which I will eventually, but it's only a matter of time. Okay, we have good morning to Kelly. Yes, and I'm looking forward to see when the weather warms up how much you get done. If you live nearby, I have all kinds of handy tools you could use. Got the Bobcat and attachments and, got a compressor and a nailer, a little U-nailer for the fence or whatever. But I'm sure you'll manage. I tend to go on the offensive. Okay. Well, maybe you need to get a male instead of a female. That'd work. Unless you get one of those that says, well, I'll give you a massage, and then you have to give me one too. And then it can be, well, you're not exactly my type. I'd rather have a blonde, but that's okay. Good morning, Sandy. There we go. Good morning there. And good morning to Tammy. And we have, 53 watching. Mine showed 49, but hey, hit up that light or Milton bite you. Well, there you go. If you don't hit like, Milton's going to come and get you. When I go in the sauna, people can't believe I have the issues I do. The men often go quiet, but the old ladies are fascinated. Well, I'm sure that they are. I'm sure anyone that looks at Jonathan would be like, okay, I better not get him mad or I'm going to be in big trouble. Anyone looks at me, they're like, why'd you let this 30-year-old vegan in here? Well, that's terrible. To the Turkish grill in the not too... Oh, Jonathan is taking me and Lady to his Turkish grill in the not too distant future. We live 1.5 hours apart. Well, good for you, George. That's pretty good. So that's impressive. That's impressive. I think I got to hit the thumbs up. Yeah, that's right. You don't want to get him mad. Mental health limits. Milton will be there. Mental health limits my functionality, but I did purchase an adjustable dumbbell set. Okay. Starting resistance training in 2026. That's great. I mean, do the little you can. That's fine. Carnivore muscle. Their women look at you and think Hercules, which makes men feel uncertain. You know, the funny thing is, if I saw Jonathan in person, of course, I know who he is, but it doesn't make me feel. I see these muscle guys. I don't feel jealous in any way because I always say, if they got mad at me, they're not going to be able to catch me. Absolutely not. And I've had several of, the younger guys that I know, their friends and stuff. We do little sprinting to see, because you think that a guy with muscles is going to beat you at sprinting because he's much, much stronger. Those legs are huge. But I always outrun them. I got skinny legs, but you got to remember, I'm skinny all the way around, and I'm used to running. You've seen me on the bike catch an iguana. I'm really good at catching ducks and iguanas and chickens. So I have the practice and I don't get hurt. And I'm going to try. I really do need to make, now that it's cool, set up my camera, make sprinting videos. I am surprisingly fast. You wouldn't believe how fast I can run. It's incredible. And if you see me walk through the store, you see how fast I walk and you see how I ride my bike. Like Tim says, I'm a little bit of a maniac. I try to go easy, but sometimes I just can't resist, and I start going. And when I start going, it's fast. I will be recording my video update on my right hip, and that video should be out on YouTube. Yeah, I know you had that issue. I don't know if you've had the operation yet or not, but that's good. Rick, you're an alien from outer space. After meeting your human version, how would you rate your looks, knowledge, and kindness out of 10? Well, looks is a relative term. Now, I'm not an expert in looks, but the best looking person I know, he now lives in Minnesota. He's about 5'10", blonde haired, really good shape. So he'd be a 10 out of 10. I'd probably be a 9 out of 10 because even though I don't have the awesome body that somebody like that has, I'm taller. And I think I look good for somebody that's going to be 58. So I'd say a 9 out of 10. Knowledge? It depends on the subject. I would say 8 out of 10 for general knowledge. And kindness, that's probably, I'd say a 10 out of 10 because I'm always nice to people as much as possible. There are times when I do lose it, but that's because they deserve it. So I think that would probably be the best of the best. And even though I haven't been able to give anybody anything because I don't have anything now, when I did have extra resources, I used to give stuff away all the time. That was sort of one of my trademarks. But, you know, you do what you can. But that's a good question, as always, Jonathan. And Tammy has a lot of thumbs up with duckies. Absolutely. Okay, fasting. I've done several 72-hour fasts over the past 3 years. I initially lost 5 to 7 pounds with the weight loss. Always came back. Within 2 days. And that's normal. My understanding is when you starve yourself, your body starts to slow down. And I do believe for a lot of people, and I've seen people do this, they try to starve themselves to lose weight, and they do lose weight, but they gain it back very, very quickly because your body has a set point. I think, for me, I've always tried to stuff myself with as much food as I can. And realistically, I just don't see the point. You know what I mean? If I wanted to lose weight, I would ask myself, why do I want to lose weight? Does weight really matter? Of course not. Look at Jonathan. He weighs a lot. Would he want to lose weight? Of course not. Because the more muscle you have, the more weight you're going to carry. That's just the way it is. It's like my friend, the one that's extremely good looking. He's 51 now? He'll be 52. He weighs 230 to 235 at 5'10". I think his body fat percentage is somewhere around 11 or 12%. So you're talking about somebody who's just unbelievably well made. But he's technically overweight. If you're 5'10" and you're 235, you're overweight. But body composition is the key. So what I'm thinking, just my opinion, if you're doing all these fasts to try to lose weight, it's kind of the wrong idea. I think people do the fasting as a way of resetting their health. I think it's more of a feasting thing. If you can find foods that you eat, maybe you have to cut back on the fat a little bit, but if you can find foods that you can eat and then, of course, increase the activity, really it's going to depend on how you feel. If you don't feel great and you can't do much activity, you may have to eat less. But if you're like me, when I eat more, it just boosts my energy level. Sometimes difficult for me. That's why I have to keep moving around while I'm online because I'll get bored. I will fall asleep if I don't keep myself active. If I was to try to sit in one place and talk, I'll fall asleep. Happens all the time. But if I'm moving around and I'm constantly doing something, keep myself busy, then I'll stay awake. And this is something we all need to think about because, again, if you're doing the fasting and you're trying to lose weight, remember, you can lose 5 pounds easy. I lose 5 pounds from the time I go to sleep to the time I wake up if I urinate at night. So I'll lose 5 pounds. My weight goes from 195 to 200. It's been that way most of my life. And no matter how much I eat, if I stuff myself with more meat, I don't gain weight. If I reduce the amount of meat that I eat, I don't lose weight. It stays about the same. But what ends up happening when I reduce my food, my energy starts to go just a little at a time. And I notice I'm getting less done. It takes me longer to get my work done. When I eat more food, it's like turning up the energy. It's like stepping on the gas. Then I just can't stop. I'm always on the move, doing things and trying to make things happen. So I think it's a balance. But again, I can't give specific advice because I don't know your situation. But that's my input. You're a 6'6" version of my brother who's an amazing runner at 5'9" and 117 pounds. He's 64 and runs 3 miles a day. Well, there you go. Hopefully he eats good foods, not duck food. I stayed up until midnight. Finally. Okay, did I miss? Looks like it skipped over a whole bunch of comments. I hate when this thing does that. Mental health is more important than anything else you can do in this world. That is correct. You could be basically paralyzed. You could be like Stephen Hawking and your mind still works and you still have good value. Once you lose your mind, your value is very, very low. And Amy says, I'm one of those people, Rick. I have a desk job, but because of my ortho surgeries, I could probably not get a physical job. I would be on disability. Yes, lucky. And the thing is, in your case, since you have that privilege, you can leverage that and you can do structured exercise and you'll do better than someone who has to work physical job and gets torn up. You'll live longer and you'll feel better. And that's one of the great things about technology. Oh, George, get some Turkish coffee. Love that. Okay. We are all still astronauts in space. That is true, except as long as we stay on this spaceship, we have an advantage. Once we leave the spaceship, we have a big problem. Maybe. Until I tell them more age, that makes things worse. Maybe, but not always. You'll see. It's my number one priority, yes. Love your chat. Bye, Rick. Bye, Milton. Going to work. Well, thank you, Tim. And I hope you're able to cook up some great food at the restaurant that you're working at. I'm glad that you're here before you went to work. Appreciate it. Okay. Amy, Sandy, George. All right. My problem is that the women who seem most interested in me are right next to their husband or boyfriend at the same time. Well, Jonathan, at least it's the women and not the boyfriend. Because you know you got a problem when the woman likes you, but also their boyfriend is looking at you. Then you got a problem. That could be a difficulty. And I hear meowing. I hear meowing. You know what that means. Milton. Come here, Milton. Milton. Come on. Here we go. Come on, Milton. Meow, 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 meow. Come here. What? You want to say hi? Hello, Milton. Look at little Milton. Come on. Oh, now he ran away. Are you camera shy, little Milton? I want to show everybody your progress. Oh, well. What can I do? What is this? Oh, there we are. Okay. I have full-blown emphysema and exercise daily in the AM to build hip strength, broken August 2025, as per PT folks, and use a vibration plate because walking out here is dangerous. I walk my backyard. That's smart. You do what you can with what you have. We have a hello and another hello. When I lived at my brother's, I had to self-isolate in my room, tiny. I still worked out. Handstand push-ups, crunches, elbow pulls, and towel rows, calf raises. Well, there you go. See? There's no excuse. People that complain that they're out of shape, I tell them, it's your own fault. Well, I don't have time. You don't have time, really. You have time to watch movies and TV shows, and you don't have time to exercise. What kind of excuse is that? I can't understand it. Your best investment is your physical body, and you're not willing to put some time into it. Well, look at Jonathan. He's still doing it. And again, Wherever Jonathan goes, people can't believe that he has all those problems because they look at his physique and they're like, wow, this must be Superman. They look at me, they feel sorry. This poor guy. He's probably a fruitarian. Skinny arms and skinny legs. He's over there eating coconuts. I have 6 herniations in my spine, but I do safe work in that area. Well, that's good. Hey, Jamette, there we go. If I don't get out and walk daily, I feel awful. I don't sit much at all. I'm standing now. There you go, see? You would do well in a prison. Yes. That and the fact that nobody would mess with Jonathan because they wouldn't want to be turned into a pretzel. Peter ate a pretzel. You tick off Jonathan, he'll turn you into a pretzel. I figured part of that is a compliment to you. Part of it is trying to spike jealousy for their male counterparts. Have a hard time sitting still for any time. Yeah, it's a mental thing because my mind starts going everywhere. Same thing with me. Same thing with me. I don't like to sit. Now, I can sit when I'm working. If I'm sitting in a machine or something doing work, or if I'm, if I'm moving around, if my surroundings are moving around. I've sat in a car or truck for a while, but to sit in front of a screen without moving is difficult for me. And right now I'm sitting in front of 2 screens. I have the large screen for the website, and then I have the small screen for my video and the chat. Gained my 1 pound loss after my sardine fast eating ribs yesterday. It's easy, Rick, that you fast. You take 4 big steps, you're a quarter mile. Yeah, that's true. I am very tall. Looking forward to that one. 4 months ago, I was at her house. It was 135. 5 weeks, I was 140. Doctor's office, now at her house. It says 144. Okay. She's 70, 5'6", 200. Not in great shape overall. Yeah, that is heavy. I need roller skates. Yeah, right. I'd probably try your recipe. Jang peppers. Okay. Aaron's here? I didn't see Booby Goats. Why am I not seeing these chats? This happened yesterday. Don't believe she had to die. Okay. Sorry to be a downer. Well, things do happen. I don't fast anymore. Good. Fasting is unnecessary for most people. I mean, if you've got cancer or you got some chronic digestive issue, it probably is helpful to some people, but I don't fast. I take my 3 meals a day. And there's been some other people, like younger people in the carnivore space. I've noticed a lot of the younger people in the carnivore space, they either want to lose weight or they want to gain muscle. And there's several that are trying to gain muscle. And the last one I saw, he was saying that he did better on 3 meals a day. Trying to eat 1 meal a day and gain muscle didn't work. And we know that Jonathan doesn't do 1 meal a day. The guys that are trying to gain muscle, they're going to be eating more similar to the way I eat than the people who are trying to lose body fat. And there's a difference. There's a difference between someone in their 20s or 30s that's trying to maximize mass and someone that's in their 40s, 50s, or 60s that's been eating duck food for decades and has a lot of extra body fat and inflammation and aches and pains and arthritis and all that. There's a difference. There is no one-size-fits-all solution for the carnivore diet. Okay. 52 watching now. Nice. Cool biscuit. I just used the already dried ground pepper from the Korean store. Hey, that works. I'm doing lion diet after my fast to see how that affects my weight. That's good. Try it out and see. Give it 2 or 3 months if you can and see what it does. The only way you're going to figure out what works for your body is to try it. That's why some people, if you're not addicted to it, adding a little bit of fruit or vegetable is not going to break your system. Now, if you're like Mitch and you're addicted to blueberries, I don't recommend eating blueberries, okay? Period. If there's any food that triggers you, you need to avoid it 100%. Because otherwise, you're going to be sliding on the duck poop and falling into the duck pond. Uh-huh. Hope you're feeling okay there. Nice to see you today. Well, Mandy, glad to see you here too. And hello from the UK, hello from Miami. That's it. Sorry you lost your neighbor. Yeah, that's true. Lost a few of them here. A rich man lived in luxury, ignoring Beggar Lazarus covered in sores at his gate, who craved crumbs. Yep. Both died. Lazarus carried to Abraham's side in comfort. Rich man tormented in Hades. That is correct. He begged for relief to warn his brothers. Abraham said no. Chasm separates them, and if they ignore Scripture, even a resurrection won't convince them. I remember that story of the rich man and Lazarus. I do remember that. He was existing. Yeah, that's right. He was tormented. That's very true. And this is the thing. We always want to keep in mind the people that we know, that if we can help somebody and we don't do it, then basically that doesn't look good for us. That's why I feel bad being poor and not being able to send anybody any money at this moment. But it's only a time period in my life. I can't do it. Once I become successful again, and I will, then I'll be able to do what I used to. Now, it was funny. A lot of the people that were my friends, a lot of them disappeared once I didn't have money anymore. But a lot of them I've reconnected with. In fact, I still have a friend that owes me quite a bit of money. Well, not a bit, but a couple $1,000s. But still, most of my friends did pay me back, which is good. And I've given away stuff just to give it away. And, of course, you don't ask back for that. I've helped at least 5 people, and one of them is actually quite successful now. So he's always telling me he wants to give me something. And I'm like, well, if you want to. But I helped him get his business started. He's in the fence business. He's moved upstate. And he was basically broke. He's like 53, I think now. He's a few years younger than me. But when I had my first business, I loaned him money so he could buy some equipment, which he paid me back after he got into business. And then I helped him structuring his business. I helped him with the software so that he could do his accounting until he got bigger. Because when you start out, you don't have the money to hire anybody. You got to do everything yourself. Once your work picks up, then you can hire people. And he's done very well. He went from being totally broke to he's got his family, his son, his daughter, everything going well for them. But it's nice when you can help somebody out. Now, when you're totally out of it, like I am, you're kind of limited. But what do? I can't give any money, but I can give my time, and that's what I'm here for. I'm here to help everyone. There's also scripture that says you receive free, you give free, and since I figured this out on my own, I give it away. Now, if I have to give my time directly to a person, then I'll ask for compensation just like I do now. Somebody's drain is clogged. I got to go there and clear out the drain. I'm not going to do that for free. I got to take my time, my tools, my fuel, go over there, clean it out. Somebody has a problem with their electrical. I got to go and do the work, bring materials and my time. But as a general information, I give that away free. I give away my time to socialize for free because that's something that I believe in. Now, as for specific products, different story, but that's a good thing. When I have a lot of work in my construction job, my weight drops. Over the summer, suddenly down to 135 from 143 because I don't take breaks while working. Well, there you go. You're consuming food and you're using it for energy and to rebuild. So that makes sense. Fasts are good for resets. I do intermittent fasting. Dinner and breakfast. Okay. I mean, technically, I do intermittent fasting because I have about 12 to 14 hours between dinner and breakfast. Yeah. Yes, I'm retired now. I have to move daily to keep my weight and mental health stable. That is correct. Dennis Prager had a fallout with a shower a year ago and is making videos again. He's a quadriplegic and is so happy to be alive. Oh, is that the one that does the Prager University or is that somebody else? Rick, you must be a mother from another mother. I sit Indian style in a gaming chair. When I shop for one, it had to be big enough to sit that way. Yes, at work too. I hate sitting normally for very long. I do too because it makes my rear end hurt. And that's not good. Definitely not good. When your rear end hurts, that's a bad thing. I guess unless you're one of the alternative lifestyle, in which case they probably get used to it. And we say hello, sweetie, here. Fortunately, no swingers parties or lemon parties. I never heard of a lemon party. That's kind of interesting. Everybody add Terry Sue's mom to your prayers. They had to call in hospice. Oh, okay. Didn't know that. Well, thanks for letting us know, Aaron. And I'm glad that you're here. All right. How do you feel about pork skins as a go-to snack? I don't snack. The word snack doesn't appear in my vocabulary. However, I do cook pork skins to eat with my meal, and also I use them as a coating for deep fried foods. So I would use them. I don't buy them, and again, I don't snack, but I do eat them from time to time. Careful, Rick. Milton will bite your face off. I don't think so. I think Milton is nice. When he's asleep, he's just a pussycat. When he gets awake, though, he goes through his moods. Milton, yes. I feel sorry for Mom. Here's another question. Rick. You have to become an affiliate or sponsored channel for any one carnivore-oriented product. What would it be? Ooh, that is a tough question. I've been trying to ask myself for a while. I don't think there is any carnivore product. I don't know. What I would do if I had my way, I would try to be with somebody that sells meat, or maybe for some type of referral service or something that connects people with food. I really don't know of any product because I don't use any product. So it'd be very difficult. They would have to send me the products. I'd have to evaluate them and then decide if it's something I can use. But my lifestyle is basically simple. So I don't know. Carnivore-oriented product, I'd probably be more likely to endorse tools or supplies than carnivore products. All I do is eat meat anyway. I had to finish my job at the time, but it led to different things. Okay. Haha, pretzel. That was a nice reminder. My granddad has said, my nan could be my toothpick because she's so small. Yes. Rick, you hardly look like a retired healthy glow. These folks look so pasty and sickly. Well, I joke about it all the time. I always do that because I tell everybody with my skinny arms, you can see how skinny I am. I don't have that, I don't look like Jonathan or Dr. Chafee or Dr. Baker or any of those guys. But yeah, I don't look, that's true. I don't have the gray skin. Obviously, I don't look like Dr. Greger, who is 3 or 4 years younger than me. So I would have to look like Dr. Greger, and I have to speak like Dr. Greger, who goes, ooh, ooh, and then laughs in a very annoying way. Other than my sinus issue, my speaking is quite good. I don't lose words. I go on and on and on. I don't run out of things to talk about. If you've watched other people do live streams, you'll notice that some of them, over time, they just run out of things to say, and then their mind sort of shuts down, and the sound stops. You look at my live stream, who else can talk for hours, don't really eat or drink anything other than when it's lunchtime, and that's it. Okay. Whew. Trying to get my runner brother to eat more meat and less pasta. Yes, and duck food. He's afraid of losing weight. You're not going to lose weight. I mean, how can you lose any more weight than that? Eat fatty meat. Maybe you'll gain some weight. I look at physiques all day. I would think Rick was just built with a very slender frame. I wouldn't see him as fruitarian, dressed too smartly. Yeah, that's true. That is very true. That's funny. I would have to have long, messy hair and unkept beard and all that to be a fruitarian. And Venetian Cat actually agrees with that. Because Rick is so tall at the supermarket, when there's a horizontal refrigerator in the way, when he's walking, it probably looks like he's moving on a conveyor belt. Duck Food Decades would be a good name for a video series on improper eating. I kind of like that. Carnivore Junkie, hello. Good morning, Carnivore Keeter family. Oh, good morning from Rick the Quacker, who is also a part of the Carnivore and Keto family. Yes. I guess I'm not really keto, I don't think, because every time I've done a ketone test, it's always been in the low range. But the keto carnivore diet are basically the same classification. Anything sweet triggers me. I learned that trying to moderate berries. Yeah. I hate all berries. I find berries disgusting, but I'm not some people that love berries. After you try the lion diet for a while, maybe you should try my lion diet. There you go. Thanks for reading that out, Rick. I'm impressed, but not surprised. Well, yes, you know me very well, better than a lot of people. I hope your thyroid is better. Hope all well, sweetie. Yes, he did read it well. That is right. I used to be lucky to have 2 nickels to rub together. Not poor anymore. I have everything I need, and it all works and looks good. It will happen for you. Well, that's it. And any suggestions are appreciated because, again, compared to everybody else my age, although they may have more money than I do, I think I've got a lot more going for me. And by the way, you know how much debt I have? That much. That's how much debt I have. So I'm already way ahead of the average person. Once I develop an income stream and get rid of the things that I don't need, my life's going to be a lot better. I want to see myself in a rural area where I actually have friends that produce some of the food that I eat. And I have a lot of talents when it comes to being an agricultural area. I'm actually very good with electronics and equipment. And I think I'd be a real asset to the animal-based farming community. And also, I also help out some of the fruit growers. I'm going to be grafting some mango trees with my friend and growing some avocado trees. I don't mind growing fruit trees and giving them away to people so they can plant them in their yard because at the very least, my theory is still the same. The whole world is a fight against entropy, and the only thing that can fight entropy is life. And all life gets its energy from the sun. And the only form of life that can turn solar energy into living energy are plants. So if we don't have plants, we all die. It's that simple. So plants, they may be dangerous, but it's like a piece of equipment. You're going to be using a knife to cut your meat. It could kill you, but at the same time, it can cut up your food. So the trick is not to demonize the plants, but to learn to live with them. Learn how to grow them. Learn which plants can save your life and which plants can kill you. And learn and keep learning and share the information. So that way when somebody tries to lie to you with some nonsense, you can see right through it. You know that they're telling you something it's not true. All right, so let's see what else we got here. Yeah, 4.5 years, my weight stays within 3 pounds all the time. Chuck is correct. Yes, I eat as much as I want. OMAD 4 days a week. Lunch and dinner the other 3 days. And that's it. When you find what works for you, you stay with it. And that's my theory. And I think I'm finally catching up with the comments. Oh, I missed a ton of them. What in the world is going on with this crazy thing? Okay. Let me try to hit some of these. I hate when it does that. My porch. Okay. Definitely a conundrum for me. That's awesome. Oh, okay. Local farmers selling fresh beef meat today. What cut should I get? Well, that depends on what you like. I tend to like from the chuck section of the cow. You can buy a chuck roll. I tend to like the tougher meats, but if you can get the tender ribeyes, I go for it. But whatever you can get, I mean, I don't think you can go wrong, even with things like heart and even round. I mean, round is cheap if you don't mind eating something that's a little tough. And there's ways of cooking it to make it very tender, but I'd get what I can, definitely. Okay, so there's Aaron. Obviously, ribeye porterhouse. Well, if you can get it, I want to see a wide, short picture across the street of Giant Rick on that ordinary mountain bike. Yeah, I got to get somebody a camera there. I lost 10 pounds in 4 days only eating canned fish. Well, Aaron, that's kind of interesting. Gives me mobility and coordination issues if I don't alter my body position. Yeah, exactly. That's what I do. Always see myself as a villain in a movie. Yeah, right? Me too. I think that's what I would be. Usually the villains are some skinny guy, kind of strange looking like me. I'm an oddball. And there's Ellen's hello. Somehow it shuffled it around. So Aaron said hello back there. Okay, now let me just scroll through here, see if I missed any more comments. Oh, here's one. And there's Amy when she said hello. How did it miss that? That is just crazy. Okay. Now, we're going to get all of them. I don't miss any comments. That's the one thing about me. Global mission. Yes, I agree with that. And we have more recommendations. Ribeye, New York strip, and ground chuck. Yes. Wow. I'm telling you. It's all water weight. That sounds like what's his name? Nick Avocado would say. Oh, it's water weight. While he's eating heart attack burgers at the Heart Attack Grill. I love all beef. Yes, I do. Hope your thyroid is better. Been in the hospital, just passed away. And they were not taking care of her. She was a sweet neighbor. Yeah, okay, so that's what happened. Yep. I missed all this. Crazy. Dr. Eric Westman. He's great going, yeah, he is. He's been in the keto space, 25 years or more? Don't have a current bicycle. My hubby got rid of it, so I couldn't ride it. He wants to hear how long. Okay. I stopped losing weight on my fast after I started snacking on salt flakes. Interesting. 3 days, 7 cans over that time. Eggs today, right. Huh. Okay. My daughter was younger. She would ride on the streets to stay busy. She didn't just have crashes. And I've never been hurt on a bicycle in decades. It's pretty amazing. I took Dr. Carnivore's. It was great info for the cost. Oh, everybody has a course, I guess. Just made my egg coffee. I can live off of it. Good morning. I was dropping 1-2 pounds daily for the first 10 days. Now nothing. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Weighed myself. I put on 4 pounds. I have resolved to not wander her or my buddy anymore into sloppy restaurants. There we go. Wander with her. Okay, there we go. Might be differences in the scales. If there's anyone with a more built physique than me, I usually approach them if appropriate and ask what they've found helps them. Well, there you go. I was a gym rat in the early 90s. Anybody I met is more built than I am, so I'm not going to bother to ask. Be worth it to include again today. Okay, so we got a question for Jonathan. And Steadfast, 20-426. Good morning, carnivore community. Good morning. And now I have caught up, and I'm in the current comments. Excellent. Time work is money, yes. When folks pay, they appreciate it more, yes. For one-on-one, it's always good, even for your friends. If they have the money, go ahead and pay you, because they'd have to go somewhere else to get it. Why not pay somebody that you like? That's what I think. Get rid of the excess flabby skin. I will not have surgery. I heard fasting and heavy weights. I don't know. Well, I don't know either. And I think a lot of it depends on how old you are, your genetics. I've seen people lose weight, and I've seen people that had the flabby skin, but I know somebody else that lost weight and his skin went away. So I think it's a combination of genetics and health. I don't know. Hello. Hello, B. Matt. Glad that you're here. Just weighed myself and no more weight loss for the past 5 days since adding salt. What's wrong with a long unkept beard? Well, that is sort of vegan territory, in my opinion. And Annabella says, hi, Rick and Milton. Well, Rick says, hi, and Milton. Well, he's probably on the bed fast asleep. Okay. Maybe supplement collagen. Sure. Maybe. It can't hurt. Is it water weight? I think you'd make great dollars doing online teaching. No certification needed. You could teach many subjects. You're excellent at explaining things. You'd make a wonderful teacher. And yes, and I had experience. I taught at Miami-Dade College from 2000 to 2013. I taught electronics, computer repair, and other classes like technical math. So I do have quite a bit of experience teaching. I also used to teach some of these companies. I taught for Bell South and also for a couple of electrical companies, teaching electrical theory, electrical safety, stuff like that. So I've done that many times. I'm up late. I've been editing rewrites of my novel. There you go. What time is it for you? Okay. Have you seen that advertisement about carnivore with the A at the end? Do you think they are doing that to pick up carnivore people? No, I've never seen that. I'll have to look for that. I don't know what that is. I go to sleep at 7, wake up at 1:30 a.m. Well, I go to sleep at 10:30 to 11, and I wake up at 6 to 6:30. Hi, dear. I lost, 19 pounds, but most of it is water weight. Well, there you go. Find I had hard to sleep recently because of pain. I tend to be a night owl. Well, there you go. And you're not the only one. There's somebody else here that tends to have trouble sleeping because of pain. I'm lucky. I fall asleep. Unless Milton puts a claw in me, I'm fine. I don't weigh myself. I don't have a scale. I do buy my clothes. Well, that's it. Whatever works, right? Doing it for weight loss or healing or both. I'm swimming in my clothes now. Well, there, that's good. Fasting helps to lose skin. I think eating fat helps. Okay. Once you get a certain age, that flabby skin sticks with you no matter how much you may not like it. That is probably true. That seems to be the case. That's awesome. Yes. Fasting for healing and FOMO. So many January challenges. Okay. My youngest son, who's an IT guy, gets old, thrown out laptops from work, fixes them, and sells them on the side. Makes great dollars. That's correct. I've picked up appliances that I've taken out and resold them. There's money in that too. And I have officially caught up with the comments. That is awesome. Wishing you well. I'm thinking about doing a fast in a few days. I have 52 people, which is really good for my channel. And I have caught up with the comments. So again, what other live stream can you go on where every single comment gets considered? Everybody's equal. There are no super chats. There are no memberships. We are all equal. I am here for you, no matter whether you have money or not. And that's the whole idea. I can't give anybody anything right now, although I'm sure I will once I become successful. But I can give you my time, and I can refuse to discriminate. So this is not like SBG where it's pay to play. This is the DIG, the Duck and Iguana Group. Anybody can grab a shovel and come in and enjoy. All right, we have here DS111. Anytime I move asleep, my cat starts waking me up in the hope of getting me up so he can eat. If I ignore him, I sense that it hurts his feelings. Well, my cat sleeps through the night without eating, so that's a good thing. I want to do a fast to help pain. Okay. I come here because you read all the comments. It's wonderful. Yeah, I'm the only one that does that. It's because it's not my live stream. It's live at 8 with Rick. With Rick. That means somebody else is there. It's like in the old days in Las Vegas. They had Caesar's Palace, but it wasn't Caesar's apostrophe S. It's like Caesar's. So everybody that went in there was supposed to be important. It's the same thing here. This is live at 8 with Rick. You're the one that's here for live at 8, and I'm with you. So you come here, you make your comments, and I don't really have to, I haven't had to ban anyone yet. The trolls that came in, they're not coming anymore. They can't get the aggravating response that you get in some of these channels, and that's good. So I want to keep my live stream. I don't want to be the 100K. I don't want to get the YouTube silver play button or gold button because I won't. I've been on YouTube practically since it began, and that's it. And I really don't want to be the next popular YouTuber because, no, again, I meet people. I meet a few people, which is good. I can make some friends, maybe some contacts where I can find opportunities. That's great. But I'm not trying to make money off YouTube because it ain't happening. All right, let's see. I came here because you read all the comments. It's wonderful. Yes. That's so cute. You have a calming voice. Well, thank you. I listen to myself too, and I do feel good when I do it. I saw a video where a 23-year-old kid made $10,000 per month running a washer and dryer rental business from Facebook Marketplace. It was interesting. He gets the older ones he can fix and move. And I've been selling appliances for years. Back when all my friends had rental units, I would sell them appliances and do service. There was money in that. One of the reasons why I don't have any money now, well, First of all, when I took care of my mom, I had to let the business sort of fall behind. And then, since we've had this massive real estate bubble, I told all my friends about 3 years ago, start selling your places. Sell them, cash out, and invest in something else. And that's what they've been doing now. I've got some, feedback. Well, the value keeps going up. I said, yeah, but so do the taxes, so do the expenses. If you got rid of your property, I got one friend that's still got 2 that he's selling, but they're not renting anymore. They're selling. And this is the thing. Once everybody sells their rentals, my work disappears. And that's what's happened. So I'm just waiting for the economy to reset. Hopefully when it does, I can hold out a little bit longer, and I'll be able to figure out what comes next. And that's it. All right, let's see. Often he bites me on the upper arm and then stares in my face up close. Okay, you're talking about your cat. My cat does that too sometimes. He tries to bite me, but I usually grab his head before he can. Then he runs away. Maybe rent them instead of sell. Well, the problem is down here, people are just untrustworthy. They'll just take it away and you'll lose it. So, you try to make a rental agreement, they won't pay you, and then that's it. So I'd rather just sell, and then that way, when the stuff breaks, they just buy another one. I miss Fake Carrie. He was hysterical. Yeah, whatever happened to beefy Fake Carrie? He even sent me some meat and sent me some. It was fun. I don't know. I used to joke, and I know Russ got mad at me for the joke, but I said, what's the difference between Fake Carrie and real Carrie? Fake Carrie asked for donations, real Carrie asks for donations, and Fake Carrie gives you stuff. I was like, oh, okay. It was not insulting. It's just trying to be funny. It's like when you used to have the D. Martin celebrity roast. It's the same thing. And in the carnivore community, we have our celebrities. Who are the celebrities in the carnivore community? Well, all you got to do is turn on the live streams and see who's on there. You got Dr. Barry and Dr. Baker and Dr. Chafee, and then where do they go on? Then you got the Bella lady. You got, what was that other goofy lady? Used to be carnivores, not anymore. Lily Kane or something like that. And you had a bunch of these people pop in around 2020, 2021. That's when it started, and they fell into the bandwagon. In 2022, when I was interviewed by Joey, that video had 300,000 views. If I would have jumped on YouTube at that time, I probably would have gotten a lot more subscribers, but I deliberately didn't because I didn't want to be the next YouTube kind of, burnout story. And when I saw the way that Joey was acting, I go, well, I think this kid's going to flame out and go somewhere else. And that's exactly what happened. This thing's falling over. Oh, this fan. I got to get that thing apart. That's another thing I need to do. There's always something to do. Anyway, let's see. That was adorable. And Grandma's Crochet Corner has popped in. Good morning, everyone. Well, good morning. I wish that your live streams were earlier so I could catch them. Okay. During the summer, started chewing on the bottom of my rib cage. It was degrading. Okay, that must be the cat again. My son sells laptops online. Does quite well. There you go. What is that thumping noise? Is there a thumping noise? Let me see. All right. What the heck is this? Okay. My son sells laptops online. Does quite well. There you go. What is that thumping noise? Is there a thumping noise? Let me see. All right. What the heck is this? Okay. It could be, I don't know. It could be anything. I hope Milton's not playing with something. Okay. What's your cat's name? Do I hear an audio glitch about to happen? Okay. She was younger and named him Beans because she thought his toe pads looked like beans. She doesn't take care of him at all, so now he is mine. Oh. So they abandoned the cat. Now you got the cat. Supposed to be the host of your cats. Yes. Chafee, not a celebrity. Divine being. Okay. Some people really like Dr. Chafee. I think it's mostly the women because they think he's cute. That's probably what it is. I don't know. I don't know what is the attraction. He's always good looking, of course, but what can you do? I had to guess fake Harry got reported because of what it did was against YouTube's terms of service. He was banned from YouTube. I don't know, but he was there afterwards. I can't imagine that YouTube. I'm just trying to remember. Was it Beefy something? Beefy 707? I don't know. I don't even know how I can look at my subscriber list. It has been growing, but maybe he's under a different name. Anybody could just start another name and go back on YouTube. But that was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that because when Carrie popped onto my live stream, because I was upset about the pay-to-play group, the Healing Humanity group, and the movie and all that. I hate discrimination, so I complained about it, and then I guess somebody told him that I was trashing his movie, and well, you saw what happened. It all happened. It came up last July, and it coincident on my 18-year anniversary on YouTube, it came up, so that was kind of interesting right there. Let me see here. Huh. Okay. All right. There we go. Anyway, I want to show you a little something. I went online and I found this relatively interesting advertisement right here. See that? Now, I don't know what kind of scam this is, but I thought it would be kind of interesting to look at it. January 16th, 17th, and 18th, Kendall Lakes Plaza, which is around the corner. Steak, chicken, pork, and seafood. It said 20 ribeyes for $40. They must be very small. But anyway, I was thinking after today's live stream, I might check it out. It says Friday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's gone. Saturday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Interesting. So that was something that I thought about looking into. But then again, who knows? May or may not be the real deal. At the very least, maybe I'll meet somebody interesting. Somebody local. I don't know. I haven't been able to get any interest in any local people here for carnivore meetups. And Miami is a huge city, but I call it Carb City because it's just a duck food special. Just watch Bill and Daisy's new videos. Subscribe to a new channel. Well, that's good, Kitchen Witch. I haven't checked it out, but I think I did subscribe to the new channel. It's gone now. Anthony's very clever. It's his heart that makes him so good. He really does care. Yes, he does. And he was the first of the carnivore doctors to reach out to interview me. And his video with me, I think, was quite popular. It's still up. That's from what, 2-3 years ago? I think it was 3 years ago. Rick, the 40-year, I think at the time, I think it was 39-year carnivore at the time, but here I am. Sorry I lost you live last night. Kimchi video from 2 months ago. Okay. The noise stopped. Thumping noise sounded like a water leak. Well, even though my house is a dump, my plumbing and electric are in perfect condition. I take pride in maintaining the mechanical systems of the home to an advanced level. I have no electrical issues, and even my stove, which runs on poop gas, is perfect. It was a static. How can that be? Hi, dear. Had so much fun too, Amy. Well, there you go. All right. This thing skips around, doesn't it? I see what happens. I haven't missed any more comments, I hope. Okay. Grateful Coco. Greetings, Rick and all. First time listening to you, and I like it. I like hearing that. Good voice, good content, calm demeanor, subscribed. Yes, we got another subscriber. I get about 2 subscribers per day. I'm not losing subscribers. I'm gaining them slowly. But you know what? Sometimes growing slowly builds a much stronger tree. If you've ever seen trees that grow rapidly and then they get diseased or fall over, then you have the ones that are a little tough and they grow slowly and they live for hundreds or thousands of years. That's great. Okay. They tried selling meat with prices like that around here off a truck. It was pressed pieces of meat to look like the real deal. Scam. Yes. That's what I'm thinking. So I was thinking about making a video and then trying to like debunk it like I've done with my traditional YouTube videos. That might be an idea. Might be a good video. 24 hours, super thin and tiny. Yeah, probably a freezer in the back of a truck. That's it. They probably still have marks where the jockey was hitting it. Hey, Annabella. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. I want to see what kind of scam that is. They are frozen because they fall apart when cooked. Yes. Was just sorting lunch. There you go. See, Jonathan eats multiple times a day like I do. That's how anyone that's trying to gain muscle does it. 1 meal a day ain't going to cut it if you want to gain mass. I live in the heart of Black Angus country. Great beef everywhere. Well, you're lucky. I wish I lived near some of these farmers and ranchers. In fact, I would take my time to go out to the ranch and help them if I could. See if I could get some business. I might even do some work for free just to get to know these people because I would like to know who's raising the meat and what they're doing. But around here, the only thing they raise is 2-legged cattle stuffed in apartment buildings. I got a cooking video coming out tomorrow. I had trouble uploading video for some reason. It would have been out last night. One of those meat trucks selling 24 hours. I like my material. It's 2 inches thick, rare, and left. Yeah, right? 2026. You'll probably get used to it. Okay. Maybe the thumping sound was a sinus drip. No, not really. My sinus condition is actually less than normal because we've had such cool weather, and I think the mold in the house is dying because there hasn't been a lot of rain to wake it up. I hope you're having a good day. Actually, believe it or not, when the rainy season starts, it gets better because when the mold is growing, it can't produce spores. And then once it starts to mature, then the mold comes out, then it gets worse. So I think that's part of it. Jerky, they're so thin. Yes. LOLDS. Thanks. Worst news this week, but a couple of positives. Hope you're good. Okay. Beginning around. Yeah. Hope I make videos of my subscribers. That is correct. Rick is so skinny that if he goes out at peak midday sun, he will turn into a vacant rush. Yeah, right. That's fine. But you know, it's funny. I used to be so self-conscious about being skinny. I hated being skinny. It's one of the reasons I went on the heart attack diet because I always looked to the guys with the muscles as being much more attractive. But now that I've gotten older, I don't care anymore. I actually love being skinny. When you're skinny, you're flexible, you're active, and I'm not weak. It's not like I can't lift an engine block. I can lift about as much. The thing is, the guys that I know that are into working out, they can bench press like crazy, which I can't do. But if you give them a concrete block and you have them to pick it up in their hand and lift it, they can't do any more than I can. So what's the big deal? Anyway. Oh, who's calling me? It's like my phone is ringing. See it? Anyway, if you'll notice, you know it's my house because the rotary phone's ringing, and we have the sale papers always on a clipboard. Presidente, Resco y Mas, Sedanos, Winn-Dixie. And there's nothing really good on sale. There's a shoulder roast for $5.99, which is pound, which is too expensive. And they don't even have chicken on sale. But I have plenty of meat. They do have the shrimp again on sale for $3.98 a pound, which I actually bought 2 4-pound boxes of that a couple of weeks ago. But that's it. With that right there, I am very happy that at least I'm able to get, I got a good amount of food. And again, somebody did send me some delicious food on Tuesday night when I was on Mitch. That was a surprise. So it's nice. I got all that ground beef. Very, very tasty. I love good food. And as long as I don't have to eat duck food, that pork that person also sent me, I've been enjoying that every day with breakfast. It's absolutely delicious. I can't complain. And again, look at my salt shaker. I haven't used any salt this week, believe it or not. Some weeks I just don't use the stuff. Now, it's starting to stick together again, so I'll probably have to take this out and grind it again. But I do the best I can. Okay, so let me go back here to the comments. And let's see who else we have. Now, where'd my comments go? Oh, there they are. Michael Pregler says, why is this not coming up? Oh, I got the wrong camera. That's why. Duh. Okay, there we are. Let me go back over here. Okay. I also eat 3 times a day. I'm 67. Work hard to get the muscle I've got, won't give it up. And that's it. There's no reason anyone should give up any muscle that you have. And that's what's going to keep you active as you get even older. Once you lose it, you may not be able to get it back. And I do believe in eating 3 times a day. I am not doing this 1 meal a day nonsense. It's not for me. Some people, fine, not for me. Cows all around me. Neighbors load me up with deer meat. Again, I don't get that around here. All I get around here is the occasional roadkill if I'm lucky. And there's no deer here. When you fill up your town with a bunch of overpriced apartments and crappy little houses, there's no deer. What are they going to eat? Garbage? We got raccoons. I'm not going to eat them. When do you hope it'll be ready by? Okay, what did I miss? Oh, well. Rabbits, squirrels, deer, turkeys, pheasants. Love all of it. It's great that you have that available. Farmers market is so expensive. $16 for a pound of ground beef. The prices just go up from there. That's crazy. I love being small and thin. I feel great. That's correct. And Terry Girl says, morning, Rick and all. And Rick says, good morning. Glad you're here. Dude, skinny, tall dude, seriously cult-worthy. Okay. And Peter has returned. I am back. And there we go. Wishing you and your family the best. Excellent. I don't know why. Might be halfway there. I'm rewriting by hand. Okay, so working on the book. Same here. Male, 62, 140. There you go. I love being part of the carnivore cult. Well, that's great. Because the Quack Pack, I guess, is part of the carnivore cult. Hey, there's Bradley David Good. How's it going, man? Haven't been able to use that delicious kitchen this week, but it's coming. The rain was on and off, but glad you're here. Rick would have been a good volleyball player. Yeah, and we do it once in a while. We have our get-together at my friend's house. They have the net set up. I do that from time to time. Rick is the Jim Jones of carnivore. Well, I don't have any sugary drink to drink, so I guess I'll have to pass out the fermented iguana meat instead. Okay, hi, sweetheart. Right on, I'm 66. There you go. Papa Carnivore. And, yep. Let's see. How are you, dear? Whoops. Okay. Short folks like me appreciate tall people like Rick for reaching stuff on high shelves. Yes, that is very true. I am not working out, but I'm firmer. Maybe I'm gaining muscle. That's possible. You eat more protein, you eat less duck food, you'll probably have less body fat. When I lived in Hampshire, I ate roadkill fowl when it wasn't too damaged. Yeah, I try to do the same thing here. Roadkill, duck, and iguana. And a lot of times I grab them. They're in the road. I've saved many ducks from being run over on the highway. But of course, once I bring them home, after a few weeks, they're going to get cooked. So that'll be good. There's a simple house on my road, been vacant for a while, sitting on acre, but has my neighbor's cow pasture surrounding it. If it comes over, I'll let you know. There you go. Do you ever drink milk? No. I stopped drinking milk at age 20, but I do eat cheese and yogurt. So my dairy comes from generally cheddar cheese or homemade yogurt, which I always have on hand. It's just one of those things. All right. So let's see how our participation is doing. And let's see here. Why is this? Oh, come on. Come on. I know you're here. There we go. All right. I have... Wow, do I actually have 56 people watching? That's pretty amazing. Yep, 55. Okay, so I haven't really lost anybody. Wow, that is impressive. I'm in shock. Why would anybody want to watch a crazy quack like me? Then again, I think a lot of it is just listening, as some of the comments have mentioned. My voice is soothing to a lot of people, even to myself. I like listening to myself. So I'll listen to part of my live stream. Now, I can't listen to all of it because I'd have to listen to everybody else's. I don't even have time to watch TV or a movie because I'm always on YouTube trying to check out my friends. Every one of you that come here and then you have a live stream, I try to watch yours, try to participate. It's just one of those things that I like doing. And it's like I told everyone. People say, have you ever seen this TV show or that TV show or whatever? I'm like, no, I haven't. When would I get time to watch TV? I work. I do things in my own house. I might be able to listen, but I can't watch. And then I have to watch all my friends that have videos and live streams. So why would I watch somebody that doesn't know or care that I exist and I'll never meet? You watch a TV show, you watch a movie. Are you ever going to be friends with these people that are in the movie? No. Exactly. So why in the world would I waste my time watching their entertainment? I can watch people online. I watch the carnivore channels, but I also watch these farming channels. There's at least 5 people I communicate in these farming channels. Not only do I want to visit them, but I want to work with them, spend some time over there. I've had one person that has a ranch says, look, you can stay here for free if you don't mind doing some work. I'm like, well, depends on what kind of work you have. I can do electric and plumbing and all that. And, you know, at the very least, just I'll help you shovel the manure with a bobcat. I don't care. It's the least that I can do. If you're going to go visit someone and they're going to feed you and they're going to give you a place to stay, I don't have a problem with helping them out. And I know down here when we used to have farms and ranches, basically when you're a farmer, work is your life. Whether you're raising mangoes and avocados or you're raising cows, there's always something to do and there's never enough time in the day. Some people say, well, you should go on a cruise. What am I going to do on a cruise? Ride around on a boat and eat, pick up some germs? Yeah, it sounds like fun. But I don't know any of those people. I'd rather go hang out with one of the friends that I've chatted with and do stuff with them. And then when it's time to go, then they have some work that's done. We got to spend time together, and that's a good thing. And us guys, we don't do small talk. We generally talk when we work. So that's why a lot of times guys will get together and watch sports so they have something that they can be in common with. even though they're not doing anything productive. And that's just one of those things that I've noticed. So we'll see. And again, the carnivore meetups, I had a good time at Hack Your Health. If I can make it to Dr. Kilt's meetup, I'm sure there'll be more good times to be had. Either that or people get tired of looking at me and they won't want me around anymore. That's always possible. All right, so let's see. Let's catch up with these comments. Doing great. I had some pretzels that gave me gas, bloating, pain, big mistake. And now you've learned, Peter, haven't you? I'm going to fast all day until dinner. I got a big fatty ribeye steak. That sounds like a good plan reset. I like that. Oh no. Evil pretzels. There you go. You are relaxing. This live has a good vibe. Yes, it does. I think this is one of the better lives. It's amazing to me that it is not one of the more popular ones, but it is one of the better ones. I would help you to get up 200 pounds if you lived next door. Well, there you go. See? You're right about that. I'm glad Milton is better since getting fixed up. Yes, I am glad that he's not tearing me apart and howling and hissing and growling and ripping me apart. He's over there on the bed sleeping. He's a good little guy. I like watching silent movies with my cat. He's very disciplined, stays quiet. Yep. And a friend of mine actually was cleaning up, and he gave me some speakers that he had. I blew the speakers out of my bedroom when I fixed the stereo. The old stereo had a crackle, and I guess it blew the speakers out, so I have to hang those up. But I try not to turn the sound up too much when my cat is in there. Otherwise, it'll cause him to jump out of bed and the claws come out. I do acupuncture too. Notice how well I healed muscle tone as well. Nice. Okay. Cats are awesome company. Yes, mine sleep with me all night. So does mine, my little Milton. I don't have diabetes or high blood pressure anymore. It's like a dream come true. Awesome, awesome. Yes, it is awesome. Sleeping his empty lower kitchen cabinet with a bed in it, his apartment. Yes. I would like to go to an Australia meetup. Well, there you go. Yep. I've never been out of the country, so who knows? I believe watching football with friends extremely healthy mental health, fellowship, common bond. That's correct. But a lot of times I've worked with friends, and when I had friends years ago, and they had the farms and the groves and all that, we would work together while we're talking and got a lot done and got a lot of conversation in. Now, all that property is houses and shopping centers and apartments. So that's it. Jonathan says, people say milk is for babies. I say I'd rather be youthful with a cute face. Well, that's good. But look at me. I don't look too bad, and I haven't drank milk since age 20. However, I eat lots of yogurt and lots of cheese. So I am a dairy supporter. Many of the carnivores say no dairy. I say yes to dairy. That's what my friend Jonathan says also. Yes to dairy. There you go. I'm going live at 6:30 Tuesday to talk about my health update. Yeah, I remember you mentioned that in one of your posts that you were going there. I think I commented on it too. And good point, Jonathan. See? Now, we know that Jonathan is a supporter of dairy. There is no reason for most people to be afraid of some form of dairy. Now, obviously, milk is not for everybody. I don't drink it. But fermented dairy, I think it's pretty good. Hey, CB. I'm like Rick. I eat a lot of cheese. I take advantage of the dairy farm. My friend's calling me again. Maybe I should take this. Hold on. Hello? Yeah. No, I'm trying to think. That's a good question. All right. Good. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, water leaking in? I'd strip it for sure. Just strip it. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's good. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Yeah, because it also helps block the view over there. You know, it'll be out of the way because the side is too prime. You can't have that block with that trailer sitting there. Right. Right. Maybe one day you'll put a gate. Mm-hmm. Right. 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 Makes sense. Yeah, well, get rid of those mattresses. That's the first thing. Take them to the dump. Yeah. Okay, good. Take it out there. I would think if you could get all the stuff you want to save and put it in the front of the house and whatever doesn't fit, take it to the dump and that'll be it. Then you can get the back. Right. Well, that's it. And we'll get the back cleaned out. Then you can make that where you can rent it. That'll be the trick. Once you get a college student in there, you're in good shape. Mm-hmm. Okay. Uh-oh. Mm, no? Hmm. Mm-hmm. Good. Right. Right. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. I told you. See, that worked. If I'm wrong, I'm going to be, I'll be your worker for a day. Don't worry. But I know I'm right. I've never been wrong. That problem is in that unit. It's on that solenoid on top of the pump. That's the one that controls the direction. That is, was a T650, isn't it? Yeah, T650. If I'm wrong, I'll be your laborer for a day. I don't care all the trees, the posts, whatever. But I know I'm right. And you're going to see. Your mechanic is wrong. Absolutely. Yeah. Hey, if he wants to call me and call me anytime he wants, I'm going to tell him why he's wrong. If he puts that pump in there and you're going to spend like $3,000 or more and it fixes the problem, sure, that's great. But if you do what I said, you spend $150 and it fixes the problem, isn't that better? All right. Well, anyway, I'm on my live stream, as you know, but I picked up your call because you called me like 3 times. And I'll be out this afternoon. We'll probably finish this up around lunchtime like we always do. Why don't you watch and comment? Oh, okay. All right. I'll catch you later. All right. That's my friend down in Homestead. Over there, they got their farm. They grow the cactus fruit, the dragon fruit. Machine's broken. I told him what's wrong with it. Mechanic thinks otherwise, so I put my money where my mouth is. If I'm wrong, which I know I'm not, I will be his laborer for a day. And I'll run the machine, drill the holes, do whatever. But I know I'm right. And I'm always right when it comes to equipment like that. I've worked on that thing before. I know what's wrong with it. System's contaminated. There's probably dirt blocking the holes. It's one of those Bobcat. It's a T650, I think it is. And they got the little electronic joysticks, which I don't like. I like the old ones with the mechanical linkage. But they contaminated the hydraulic oil. The filter fell apart. It got in the system. And then it blocks the little holes in there. So when you go to run the machine, it doesn't want to turn. Or it goes straight and it gets stuck. It's just dirt in the solenoid. So I told them, order the kit. We get it. We'll fix it. I know it'll work. I know it. See, I have confidence when it comes to stuff like that, when I know there's a problem. Now let's see how many comments I missed. Raw milk and raw butter. I've lost weight eating cream and cheese. There you go. I do more dairy. If I could in tiny amounts, too much gives me IBS. See, some people can't eat the dairy. And if you can't eat it, don't eat it. Carnivore for Mom always makes a video, shorts depicting her eating from a plate. Simple stuff too. Yes. And I'm bad. Okay. Nah. If the dairy works for you, go for it. Use a lot of heavy cream butter and absolutely love cheese. Eat it every day. There you go, Michael. And again, for those of us that want to gain mass, dairy is a great hack if it doesn't bother you. And Tammy says, got to get out and walk. Rain, snow is on the way. Have a great Saturday, y'all. Thanks, Rick. Well, thank you for being here for over 3 hours or whatever it is. I really appreciate that. I've started using magnesium oil spray. I can't tell if it helps pain, but my sleep is deeper. Well, there you go. Steven and I are starting our new podcast tomorrow. It'll be around lunchtime. There's already like 3 live streams at 1, so hopefully it's a little earlier than that, but I'm going to check it out. Michael Pregler, I envy you. You got John Laspina. You got the other guy, Tony Stewart. They both at 1 Eastern time. And if you keep adding more, I don't know what I'm going to do. And a lot of times I work in the afternoon. Hey, Jonathan, looking forward to that. Yes, I use the same. Annabelle, a little goes a long way. My legs go dead, and my heart rate goes to 160 for a few times in the night. My current goal is to reduce the incidences. Okay. Well, obviously, with all the pain issues, I can see why it would go that high also. Okay, I guess. Cheers, Michael. Okay. They say raw milk doesn't affect folks as they pasteurize, but that's what I've heard, so don't take me. I used to drink raw milk when I was younger, when we could get it, but we don't have cows around here anymore, so I'm not drinking no raw milk, and I don't drink milk. I stopped drinking milk at age 20, and I don't see any benefit for me. I'll continue with the yogurt and the cheese. Now, if I do get to live near a dairy farm, I'll be able to get more milk, I'll be able to make more yogurt, and I'm going to start making my own cheese again. I always like making my own cheese. It's always nice to have, and you can ferment it as long as you want. It can be more soft or more dry or whatever. I like the cheeses drier, and I eat them with the meat, so they're quite good. Cooker full of bones, going for 27 hours now. Oh, somebody's making a bone broth. Will you go till tomorrow night? Hey, keep it going. I think it's a genetic factor if you can tolerate dairy or not. Yes, it is, actually. It is. But most people of Northern European ancestry can tolerate dairy. Now, Asians, on the other hand, not so much. Rick is making me screen famous. Well, that's good. Debating. I'm glad it helps you. Okay. Try fast. All right. I bought chicken wings, make bone broth out of it. Fasting does help the pain. Yes. I don't find dairy addictive. I don't feel drawn to eat tons of cheese. That's good. I have broth with every meal. Can I get your autograph, CV Carmack? Have a good chunk of cheese before every meal while cooking. I still feel hungry after the meal. That's good to know. Listening while doing chores. Carnivore is the same kind of cult as football. Like minded teams attract people. Carnivore community has its quarterbacks. Well, there you go. It also has its quacks. Carnivore muscle, it's so good, Jonathan. Terry, gonna love you, sweetheart. And here we have another question from DS111 this time. Do you like vacuum sealed meat? I tend to prefer the ones cut in the store and packaged here. Well, that depends. I used to do vacuum sealed meat myself because it keeps it from being damaged in the freezer. So yes, I mean, I do like it. And I bought a lot of it over the years, and it seems to work. Oh boy. But most cuts, they already come wrapped and vacuum sealed. They buy them in the store, they cut them up. I don't think any of the stores cut up sections of animals like they used to, where they cut the ribs off and all. I think it's all cut up in the meat processing plant. But if I ever get to the point where I'm lucky enough to live near the cattle ranchers, I'm going to set up my own cooler, and I'm going to have my own processing. I'll do it outside. I'll pick it up with a tractor or a skid steer and section up the animal myself, put the cuts in the freezer. I enjoy fresh meat more than aged meat. That's just me. So some of it will be fresh. Most of it will be frozen. And I'll definitely, I'm going to enjoy it very much. What I'll probably do, I'll cut out my favorite parts, the tender cuts and all that, and get them where I can eat them or preserve them. And then the tougher meats, I'll let them age so they can break down a little bit in the cooler, which I think will be, it's going to be interesting. It's nice if you can have your own food source and just buy the whole animal, process it yourself. And I need to learn how to tan hides because I would love to have some leather. I'd make my own furniture too, which I already do, but instead of using cloth, just use good old leather. I could even make my own shoes. I can make a lot of stuff. Kind of fun. There's just enough time in the day. Miss the raw dairy. Dairy near me closed during the lockdowns. They had raw milk, cheese, and butter. Yeah. Well, at least, hopefully, they haven't turned it into condominiums like they did here. But anyway, we've caught up. Let me see. I have been thinking about doing a live stream. Hopefully, after Friday, I'll be in less pain and do more. Well, if you do, let us know so we can check it out. I can add it to my lists of, so after February, we'll be able to look at it and see. Hopefully it doesn't conflict with any others because time seems to be running out. And I take most of Saturday morning myself. We'll have to cut this back a little bit. Now let me see how many people we have. Oh, wow. Looks like we have 51. That's not too bad. Let's see. Yep. 51. That's actually really good. Okay, so we'll go over here. Anyway, let's see. Where is... I keep losing my chat. Oh, wow. And George has returned. I'm back from making a YouTube, which is uploading now. 46-minute one-take wonder. Awesome. See? You're getting stuff done. You leave my live stream. Maybe you got inspired to make a video. That's good. And Jonathan, looking forward to it. And Annabella says, hi to the feral grandma. Our raw milk products are so expensive. Seems so odd since they take less processing. Well, that's true. But again, commodity crops usually will sell for less, at least because they can buy it in bulk. But if you get it from the source, it's always inexpensive. At least that's what I remember. It's great to hear. Keep an eye out for it. Thanks, Rick. Well, I'm glad to say good things there. One take is always best. That's how all my videos are. I don't think I don't edit anything, so that's just the way it is. Usually sitting on a bike bumping along, which I may do later today, and see how bad the so-called ribeyes are and how many marks they have from where the jockey was hitting it. Had raw milk as a child. I didn't like it. Maybe because it's still warm from the cow. Well, there you go. You can always put it in the refrigerator. Today is Heart Attack Drumsticks Day, every 3 weeks or so. Well, that's great. I'm having Heart Attack chicken for lunch. In fact, around 11:30, I'll probably start heating up the lard. Or maybe I'll just let it go till 12, and then we'll have our live stream. But I definitely want to do that because I want to head out to the shopping center and see how bad the so-called ribeyes are that are probably pieces of meat put together. That's pretty sad. Anyway, you glue your steaks together. Probably some AI thing where you can glue your food together. Okay. I don't edit ums out, etc. with cooking recipes. I do need to edit. Well, thankfully, I don't seem to have that problem. My videos don't really have the ums and ahs and any of that other stuff. And I think that's one of the advantages I do have in this space. Laney has a beef shoulder in a slow cooker, which he bought on offer from Asda Walmart today for about a crazy $25. Let's see. It's been 6.5 hours and I'm hungry. Well, there you go. And she loves the ums. Well, there you go. Okay. So, what do we have going on this weekend? Is there anything special in the carnivore world? Who's doing live streams? We know that tonight we have Saturday Night Live with you know who, which I don't see. Maybe he's listening, maybe not. But we know who it is. Terry Girl got some oxtails yesterday. I made a few quarts of bone broth last night. It's a shame that today tails cost a lot of money compared. They used to be practically free when I was a kid. In fact, the cow tail back then used to still have some fur on it. That's how cheap it was. But now it's like a delicacy. Some people just love that stuff. It's like chicken wings. That was always trash food, and they turned that into some kind of delicacy. All right. Well, anyway, excuse me. We have the Saturday Night Live with you know who, Mitch, Old Guy Carnivore. Who else has live streams or videos that comes out on the weekend? Well, obviously, tomorrow morning, we have, usually around 10 o'clock, Dr. Kiltz will have a Sunday meetup that you can usually join into. And then at 1 o'clock, there's like 20 people having a live stream at the same time. You have John Lespine, a carnivore teacher, who I never see in my chat. I guess he's got more important things to do, like make his own videos. And then you have the other one, Tony Stewart, who has Dutch Carnivore, and I forget the other guy's name. They have their live stream also at 1. And who else? I think if anybody knows of any other channels you might want to watch, well, of course, in the afternoon on Sunday, we have Juliet. That's around 5:45 to 6. And then at 7, who do we have? Someone who's here, right? Or was here. Amy. Amy comes on after that. And usually they'll invite someone in some of these, and it could be a cooking show, it could be live stream with friends, it could be anything. So I'm really kind of looking forward to it, honestly. Oh, and Amy has a comment. Let me hit these comments here. Yesterday I had a woman at Costco ask a meat department guy if there were any chicken feet. I don't get it. Looks like eating toothpick. Yeah, there's really, chicken feet are overrated. Can't get brains anymore, sadly. Yeah, I guess they're afraid they'll get sick from it. I'm the guest on Carnivore Teacher tomorrow. There you go, see? And I know Amy mentioned that. It'll be with John Lespine. It'll also be streaming to my channel. That is correct. And again, if you don't know who we're talking about, since he's never here, let me go ahead and let me see here. Okay, collagen. Yeah, the chicken feet. Amy, yay. Chicken feet are kind of a waste of time. Grandma's on my channel tomorrow night. All right. I saw a rabbit in the grocery store, but it was cut up, $12.99 a pound. That seems expensive. You could just go to a field and shoot one yourself, but oh well. Or just go around. There's rabbits running around the neighborhood. A couple of people have them loose, so they're easy to catch. And, maybe over there I've seen rabbits somewhere else in the shopping center. I think when they close the pet store, they just let them loose. Static is back? What? Let me see. That is correct. And again, if you don't know who we're talking about, since he's never here, let me go ahead and let me see here. Okay, collagen. Yeah, the chicken feet. Amy, yay. Chicken feet are kind of a waste of time. Grandma's on my channel tomorrow night. All right. I saw a rabbit in the grocery store. It was cut up, $12.99 a pound. That seems expensive. You could just go to a field and shoot one yourself, but oh well. there's rabbits running around the neighborhood. A couple people have them loose, so they're easy to catch. And maybe over there by I've seen rabbits somewhere else in the shopping center. I think when they close the pet store, they just let them loose. So what is that static? Let's see if we can solve this problem. I may have to get my oscilloscope. Let me go over to the live feed. I don't know where it went. Okay, here it is. Huh. Okay. Where'd that go? Let me see here. Why can I not listen to this? All right, there we go. Huh. Hold on. Okay. Where'd that go? Let me see here. Why can I not listen to this? All right. There. I don't hear any more static. I don't know what's going on. It must be a bad cable or something. I just don't get it. It should not be getting static. Anyway, let's go back here. I never eat raw meat all the time. Okay. Have you never got sick? Yeah, I haven't got sick either. I don't hear any static. Gone now. It's gone again. Love my bone conduction earbuds. They are super cool. Well, there you go. All right. So I'm not sure what that is, but I did hear it. Sounds like a loose cable. These cables are well attached. I mean, they're not under any unreasonable tension. This one over here is fine, I think. Oh, well. If it comes back, I'm sure somebody will mention it. Static is gone now. Sounds like the inside of a cat's mouth. Okay. No, the cable is right here. I have it suspended in the air. I don't know if you can see it, but here's how it goes. Okay. I think Milton is sleeping on the bed anyway. So hopefully it's not the cat's mouth that did it. But then again, he did chew on the cable before. So maybe at night he put holes, but I don't see any holes in the cable. Should be fine. No problems with steak. The raw liver experiment didn't end well. I don't care for raw liver. I like it cooked. Okay. That's right. A lot of times traditional ways of cooking involve stewing. And stewing doesn't really get that hot, but it does it long enough where it can kill the pathogens. So maybe a low temperature slow cook could be a way to go. And then you can eat the material that comes out as well. Right, DS. Where's Milton? I think Milton is sleeping on the bed because he hasn't been here. He hasn't bothered me. He came once and then he disappeared. He seems to hide from the live streams, but as soon as it's time to eat, Milton's all over me because he's hungry and he wants to eat. That's my little Milton. All right. Okay. Milton has cried himself to sleep. Rick got him to cut off his hill. Never mind. Milton is actually happier and friendlier than ever. That's the funny thing. Also gets sick with brains, but they sell all kinds of duck food. Well, yeah, exactly. They're over there eating duck food. Oh, you might catch something from a brain. Okay, well, eating duck food, that's not good. I don't see Milton anywhere. He's got to be on the bed. Oh, I love Milton. He is the cutest little kitten, I'll tell you. All right. So anyway, it looks like Amy's going to be on the live. So, and that's tomorrow. I eat raw Monday through Friday, 2 steaks a day. Eat one on Saturday and Sunday, then cook premium meat in the afternoon. Awesome. So let's go over here to, let's see. Where in the world is that? Okay. All right. Where did I do with this? Okay. Let me see if I can get on YouTube. All right. Let me go back here on YouTube and let's see if we can find some of these videos while we have it here. Okay. All right. Okay. By the way, this is one of these guys, 72 years old, that works out. He looks pretty good. He's not carnivore, but he does keep himself in shape. And let me see here. What in the world am I doing? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me go here. All right. Who do we have over the weekend? Well, we got Amy. And, all right. Check the live. Strawberry Poop Gas song. It's a shame it didn't get more popular. All right. Oh, lost. Okay. 100 pounds lost. All right. So this is tomorrow. That's what she'll be with John and George and all of our friends. So she's going to be there. And of course, Amy also has 3 days. Okay, that's the one where she talks about what happened with her condition. So I guess, yeah, and there's the one with Grandma. There we go. Grandma's Crochet Corner. That'll be tomorrow at 7. Excellent. So those are what's coming out on Amy's channel. And again, you look through, some of these channels are related. We know that Juliet does her live. Meet Rick. I recognize that cat. I don't know. The Rick guy, I don't trust. She's got a live. Let's see. I saw that one. Alia. Yeah, 5:45 p.m. tomorrow. She's there with her husband, and that'll be before Amy. So that's good. Oh, they got Stephanie on there too. Well, there we go. So you have those videos you can watch. And then, let's see. I think Jonathan mentioned that he would be with Coach Stevens. So let's see if that's listed here. Okay, here we go. There he is. Now, not only would you watch that on his channel, but you can also watch it on Jonathan's channel. And let's see what Jonathan's got here. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. 19. 2 days. All right. I guess that will be on Monday. Let me go back here. Huh. My carnivores hate me. I remember that one. Okay. And this will be tomorrow. Bodybuilding with Joe Pitcher. That's right. Excellent. Excellent. And there's the other side of that, UK's #1 health risk. So you got these videos you can look forward to between today and tomorrow. And that's good. What about Thomas? Does Thomas have a video later today? Let's see. Usually has one at 4. We don't want to forget about Thomas. All right. Yep. Adrian Glad. I'm not sure who that is, but so we'll go ahead and click like because I'm going to be there later. So Thomas has a video at 4, which means if I'm going to go anywhere, I need to do that, somewhere after lunch and get back here by 4. I always try to catch his live stream. We're kind of, I think we're kind of loyal here to our friends. And that's great. So anyway, that's an idea of what's coming. And it's really important that if you have the time, you're going to go online. Why not watch the videos of the people that you know, so that way you can help support their channel and hopefully get their information out to more and more people. So let's see who else has come in. Thomas hasn't felt well since eating that beef heart, it seems. I wonder if that meat is super rich. I didn't know that. I've eaten beef heart, or as they call it here, corazones, for a long time, which is great. You can buy cigarettes, which is crazy when you think how deadly they are. Well, you know what they used to tell me? Eating 1 egg was like smoking 2 cigarettes. And since I find cigarettes absolutely disgusting, I thought I'll just eat a dozen eggs a day, and then I'm more than a pack-a-day smoker. It's got to get that heart attack faster, right? What would you rather do? Smoke a pack of cigarettes or eat a dozen eggs? For me, dozen eggs. I can't even smoke one of the damn things. I get my nose. You think my sinus problem is bad now? I get around a place where people smoke and I'm sneezing. My eyes are watering. I'm coughing. I usually don't cough. You notice that despite my sinus condition, it's very rare that you'll see me coughing. But around cigarettes, I sneeze and cough uncontrollably. It's horrible. So that's one of those things. But I can eat all the eggs. I've tried to stuff myself with eggs. I think one time in a day I had 4 dozen eggs with meat, with everything. I've tried so many times to stuff myself to the point where I would have a heart attack. And the only thing that it did, it turned me into a cat. I would eat a bunch of meat and I would fall asleep. I'd be done. And then when I wake up, I couldn't get back to sleep. Then it was like super energy. I got a million things to do, even if it's in the middle of the night. I'm trying to sleep and I'm running around like a cat, what they call the zoomies. That's what happens to me when I overeat the meat. Okay, so, George, that's wonderful. What time is dinner? All right. I had some beautiful lamb shanks on Thursday and Friday. I am old enough to remember when sometimes people would weaponize ashtrays. Yep, I remember people throwing them. They had restaurants here where the window would get broken. People would throw the ashtray. They had those heavy glass ones. Sugar and food coloring is so bad. Only about 20 minutes. Irish beef shoulder. We don't see shoulder in the supermarkets here. Okay. Yummy. Be right over. There we go. Heavy glass one. Yep. I remember. I may have a couple of them floating around here that I've collected. If I haven't thrown them away. You're more than welcome. It's very big. Yes. You know, when I was in school, when kids would do arts and crafts, one of the things a lot of kids would make were ashtrays. Thankfully, my parents never smoked. But I always thought it was funny that they had to make these little ceramic things with little notches in it so people with cigarettes in it. So stupid. Oh, look, Carnivore Helix. Hello. Good to see you again. Saw you part of your live yesterday. I just can't keep up with all the lives. And just in time, you must have heard I was talking about you. Thomas made it. I guess you must have been out working or exercising. Well, whatever you're doing, you're getting more done than being here. And don't forget, 4 o'clock today, Thomas has a live. I recommend that everyone that watches my live watch his if you can. You can always watch the replay, but it's always better if you can watch and participate. Now, I don't think Thomas is as good as me when it comes to getting to all the comments, but still it's good to watch and comment. I think it helps him, to make feels better. I'm not sure why Thomas's channel hasn't grown as much as it should, but he does, I think, have over 600 subscribers now. I think a lot of it is just when you did it earlier, you could get more, but that's, maybe, who knows? It might pick up. I hope it does. There we go. Hey, dude. That's right. I get angry from cigarette smoke. Chemicals. Yeah, and the smell is terrible, and it makes your eyes water. I get sick thinking about it. It's horrible. It's a terrible sinus condition as well. Crikey sounds very English. We don't say that here. Okay. I was a secret vapor for a few years. Well, that's it. But I think the vapors are probably less harsh than the smoking. Rick, that is very nice of you to promote other people's channels. Well, why wouldn't I? I recognize quality people when I see them. And remember, my reason for going on YouTube was to meet people. It wasn't to make money. It wasn't to get a bunch of subscribers. It was to meet people. And I think this is the best way to do it. If you send other people to their channel and they send them to your channel, and it kind of goes around, everyone's watching the same stuff. It's all like we're the same group. So that's good. I think yikes is equivalent to crikey. Yeah, probably so. I think vapors always believe they're being secretive. Well, I guess to some extent. Oh boy, I made plenty of ash back in the day. Thank you, Rick. Well, there you go. That's the thing. I guess you were smoking before and then started vaping. That works. I should say yikes more often. I remember that from, what was it, a Roadrunner cartoon where the coyote blew up and all the cactuses formed the word yikes. It was so funny. Okay. Yes, they do. Crikey is a non-blasphemous term replacement for Christ. Okay. Could be. Could be. Nobody is as good as you with comments. No, I am the champion of comments. No one can beat me in the comments game. Now, if I had as many subscribers as Chafee or maybe, what's the guy's name again? Barry, it might be a different story. But for me, I got it under control. No problem. Sounds good enough, all right. Yes, it does. It's not great, but it's good enough. I'm terrible. I would be up till midnight trying to get through all the comments. No, you could do it. And then I hate cigarettes too, and the smoker smell makes me cough uncontrollably. Exactly. And the people that smoke, they even smell, well, depending on the person, they smell like cigarettes. It's usually somebody that's kind of old and run down, but I remember one time going to a gas station. I smelled this terrible cigarette smell. And this relatively young guy, probably from high school or college, in good shape, nice body, walks in there, and I'm like, that doesn't make sense. So I watch him go out to the car with the duck food and light up a cigarette. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense now. Yes, it does. It's terrible. People smoke in enclosed spaces, and they smell like cigarettes. It's terrible. And Carnivore Helix says, same here, was to meet people. Well, see, you're in the right place. And you've met people. It's not for the money. It's for the association. That's it. How long have you been carnivore? Has it helped your depression? Oh, he'll tell you. It's been more than a year. I made a lot of ashtrays back in the day. Okay, I was only vapor. Well, there you go. Yep. A lot of people made these ashtrays, and I never did. I used to make like clay animals when I was in school. I wish I could find it. I made a ceramic statue of my first cat, who was also a black cat, and it was here somewhere, but It may have gotten broken. Kid ceramics are not that good. My depression is better than it used to be. And with time, I know it will be even better. Yes. Awesome. See? Now, Thomas, I don't think he's fallen into the duck food too often. Thomas doesn't seem to be the kind that plays games, that's yo-yo back and forth. It seems to be more serious. Some people, they like to play around the edge. They like to dive into the duck food now and then. But, you know, the longer you stay away from it, the worse it gets you. You can ask Peter. He avoided the duck food for a while, took a taste of it, and it punished him. And now he's got to fast through the day to try to get the duck food out of his system. I would never be on camera, let alone conduct interviews before. And it has been a year since, yes, 1/1/25. That is right. I remember you had your anniversary with the famous Jen Mann, Carrie's wife, which is good. And you've also been interviewed by Carrie. I think a lot of people interviewed by Carrie. I'm one of the few that has not been interviewed by Carrie, but I was interviewed by his friend Adam Lacey, who, by the way, I say is a very good interviewer and a lot more intelligent than I gave him credit for, because when I met him and I saw what kind of person he is, he really impressed me. You can see a little clip of it when I made that video when I was at Hack Your Health. I was very, very impressed by Adam. And I have a good feeling that the Healing Humanity movie is going to be a work of art. I'm absolutely convinced of that. Is it going to change the world? I doubt it. But it is a work of art. And there's been a lot of time put into it. And I think, in a strange way, I think this is actually going to help, because when people see all the time and effort that went into this movie, there may be a demand for it. Don't be surprised if they start doing other movies now. In the carnivore space, I think they're lacking seriously, but maybe they can work with Dr. Kiltz and make a real movie that would include the whole carnivore community and not just a select little bit. But I'm looking forward to it. And hopefully, like, someone was nice enough to send me the animal movie, which I looked at. I want to make a critique video on. I just haven't done it yet. Believe it or not, I'm actually waiting until they fix my bank account, because I'm going to try to get monetized again for the edited videos. The chats are going to remain unmonetized because this is our space, and I don't want to have a bunch of ads in my chats. But I'm going to monetize the edited videos, and that's one of the ones I want to make. So I'm kind of waiting on that. But that's my intention. Once I have the bank account working again, then I will definitely make some edited videos. And there's a few things. I'm going to critique that animal movie. I'm going to put like 42-year carnivore's opinion of the animal documentary movie or something like that. I'll make an outline and I'll go through it. There's parts of the movie I don't agree with, and there's other parts that I do, especially towards the end, where they start to promote the regenerative ranching and farming. And again, I am a person who believes 100% in farming, and I don't say that people should not eat fruits and vegetables. I will never tell you that plants are trying to kill you, because I don't believe that. I believe that plants are like tools. They can make your life better, or they can end your life. I mean, think about a steak knife. You could kill somebody with a steak knife, or you could cut the most delicious steak ever. And that's the way plants are. Plants, they shade you from the sun. They help hold soil. They keep you from overheating. They provide food for animals, survival food for people, and toxins and other chemicals that can save your life. They can kill you, and they can save your life. So, and it's very important, even for people that are carnivore. There used to be a YouTube channel, I think it's still there, called Eat the Weeds, that talked about the different edible plants and plant parts. I think everyone, whether you are omnivore, carnivore, whatever, should understand the different types. Oh, I hear Milton. Different types of plants. Milton, are you here? Come on, Milton. Come on. I think he's hungry. When Milton's hungry, he comes to see me. I hear meowing. Yeah, mainly ashtrays. Well, back in the 70s and 80s, it was too. Never going to camera. Yeah, that's right. Do you belong to any of the YouTube depression groups? I were interviewed. Okay. That's good to know. I think you are doing really well. And when I interview people, they seem to be a little more talkative. I have not been interviewed by Kerry. He doesn't know who I am. Well, there you go. So you're another one. Now, Kerry knows exactly who I am because I was on his 24-hour live stream and I popped in the 12-hour as well. So he knows who I am. And he met me in person. And I met him in person. I like him. I think he's awesome. I like Kerry a lot. So when people thought that I was criticizing him, they were wrong. And you can ask Kerry. There's no enemies going on here. We're friends, in my opinion. So I am looking forward to seeing the movie. I think it's going to be a great movie. I really do. Is it going to change the world? No. But I do think it's going to be a great movie. And that'll be one of the few movies that I will watch when I get it because I've met Kerry and I met Adam. I know what he's about, so I will watch his movie. I can guarantee that. I'm not going to pay for it, but I'm going to watch it. But and I'll critique it. And you will see an honest critique from me about Homestead How and the Healing Humanity movie. There's going to be no sugarcoating because we don't do sugar here. It's going to be the meat of the matter, and I'm going to tell you what I think. Honestly. If I like the movie, I'm going to say why I like it. If I don't like it, I'm going to say why I don't like it. I'm going to bring out the good points, and that's going to be fine with me. I'm just glad that we have the opportunity, and I'm glad that he took on this project. I really am. And so many people have donated to it, and they've made it possible. It's going to be great. It really, really is. All right. So let's see. We have a thank you over here from Thomas. And we have a hello to Terry. We have another for Thomas. I watch so many inspirational stories of miraculous healing, but I feel for me it is so much slower and it bums me out. Started getting carnivore YouTube fatigue and had to stop watching. And that's a good thing. You know that Mitch has said that he's done the same thing. He stopped watching all the carnivore videos. And sometimes you just need a break. Go out there and do other stuff you like. Watch the ducks. Listen to some music. Go for a ride. Do whatever it takes. Go hang out with friends. Don't let this carnivore thing get you. There's no cure-all. Look, I have a hernia. The carnivore never cured that. I got it from a major car accident. I've got a sinus issue. I was born with that. Carnivore didn't cure that. So it's not going to cure everything. We're imperfect people. We live in an imperfect world. Sometimes the medical system is necessary to fix the problem. Other than that, some problems are not fixable. But hopefully, carnivore diet will help keep you from getting any worse. Tell them to fix my bank account too. Send over money. Hey, send me some money too while you're at it. Hopefully YouTube will do that. Make him an Avenger. He will definitely know then and swoop in. Oh, there you go. Now, Milton meowed, but he didn't come in here. That's weird. Okay. I think plants are very toxic. I might not have gone. Well, again, you have to understand what plants and what parts are toxic. I do take herbal medicine, and that, by the way, comes from plants. Yep. So, you sure Kerry doesn't know you, Amy? Okay. Well, that's it. Let him know. I think Kerry's way too distracted with what's going on to be able to keep up with everybody. I think that's what the problem is. How can you keep up with everyone? He probably doesn't even remember half people's names. But I'm sure he remembers my name. I mean, think about it. Who's the longest term carnivore that's on YouTube? Who's the tallest carnivore? The only male carnivore that's been doing it for multi-decades. And the only one that calls it the heart attack diet. Everybody else calls it a healing diet. I call it the heart attack diet. I make a joke about it, how deadly it is. And then I joke about my blood pressure, how dangerous it is, and all this stuff. So I'm unique in the carnivore community. I'm not trying to heal anybody. I'm trying to have some fun. I think that's why Russ Mitchell put me in his keto cookout because it's not serious. It's all about having fun. Milton is a good boy. He is for now. Carnivore channel fatigue. I have it currently. How long can people talk about their diet? It's just so repetitive. And you're not going to find that here. You're not finding it on my channel. Do I go out there and say, I'm going to do this with a carnivore diet? That's my diet. I don't care. The things I talk about are the other things that I'm doing in my life, which I think is really, really, really good. Would love to have a meal with you that you're prepared. That's right. Getting a bank account going. I'm supposed to have it by next week. I have the lady's card, and it's in the works. Hopefully by Monday. Kerry Connor, my first video, did very well. See, that was so nice of him, and he did comment on my videos earlier, but I think over time it's just been too distracted with all the new people. And really, the one that was promoting me was Carrie's friend, JT. Remember JT? He was constantly talking about me, even made videos like my heart attack chicken and stuff like that. So when JT went away, I think that kind of Carrie lost contact. But I want to know what happened to him. Maybe one day he'll come out and say it. Some of the other people in the carnivore community, like the Eron Edwards guy that was vegan and went carnivore, he explained his story. I think people get burned out even when they're making the content. But if you're like me and you don't have carnivore in your content, you can go on and on and on and on, and you're fine. Because we all live. There's many things to life. We just have an opportunity to cross paths. Yeah, I think he's a great guy, and so is Jen. Yep. But I would say it. Speak up. Let him know. And it's like, what's his name? Peter has been interviewed twice by Carrie, and both times he mentioned me. So it's good when you mention somebody else that you know so they don't forget, because it's easy to forget. Some of us, especially those of us like me that don't have a large following, are very easy to forget. So I'm not going to be good for marketing, but it's good to know. I would happily cook for you, dear. Yes. My video uploaded for tomorrow. It's taking forever to upload. And storming here a lot. That could be it. Milton is the wildest carnivore. Yes, he is. Okay, so I got that. Okay. Non-scale victory. Not heard my name in an auditory hallucination for 4 days. Started when I was 12. Oh, that's good. I didn't even know that was a thing, but that's good to know. Not fixing everything. I have emphysema. I'd be dead by now for not for carnivore. It's definitely stabilized and even improved slightly. Yes. But disease and aging are they're, how can I put it? Unrepairable. I mean, you can't stop it. It's just going to happen anyway. You can slow it down, but you can't stop it. Yes, it is. That is great. Schizophrenia. My daughter has a horrible diet, so I tend to worry. Yeah. My daughter is 18. You don't hate that. I have to look at your channel. Schizoaffective disorder, right? Protein and fat can help, I heard. I'm burned out on video editing last night. Made me realize that. Yeah. I was diagnosed in 2022. Okay. I mentioned you to Jen. There you go. Yeah, I remember that. I do remember that. You see, that's one of those things that is very important. You need to mention other people, because for some reason, I tend to be one of those people that gets looked over, which is funny because in real life, it's the other way around. Nobody can ignore me in real life, but my online presence is not that big. So I get ignored quite a bit. Well, people think once I get a side reverse, I'm going to be hyper. People see I already seem energetic, but I'm actually exhausted all the time. I'm going to be wild. Well, you'll be like little Mr. Milton. And where is little Mr. Milton? I heard him meow. Let me go. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and put up a little thing in the video. I'm going to see if I can find little Milton. Hold on. Come on, little Milton. Come here. Come on, Milton. Here he goes. Look at that wild Milton. Go get it, Milton. Come and get it. Here comes Milton. Look at that. It's a wild animal. Wow. Look at Milton. Come on. He's a lively little thing. Come on, Milton. Look at how fast. Here's my little Milton. This cat is powerful. Okay, Milty. Here. Let me get this fan out of the way. Crazy Milton. Thing over here. All right. This thing up in the air. Fall on Milton. Okay. Nope. There we go. All right. There you go, Milton. Got some room here. Here. Come and get it. There goes Milton. Go on. He's quick. Look at those claws. Go on, Milton. You are one funny cat. You know that? There he goes. Hey, Milton. You're sweet. Look at that, Milton. Look at that beautiful little Milton. Come here, Milton. Milton. Oh, well. There's always got to be a little bit of Milton in the show, even though Milton did run away. As you can see, he is very lively and very healthy. It's a great cat. I love the cat. Let's see if I can crack my teeth this time. All right. Wild, just the way I like them. Rein you in if you get too crazy. You can try. You know you're welcome on my channel. Yeah, but I've been on your channel several times, so I'm letting everybody else come on in. You know I drop in all the time. That's me. Anytime somebody says, I want somebody there, well, there's Rick. Let's see. Let's see here. Where did that go? Oh. Okay. Anyway. Energy the last few days. I've been on the line side. Well, that's good. See, it's working for you. Milton is such a cutie. Yes, he is, but he's a wild one. Sounds like it's helping. That's cool. The cars. Yes, it is. Milton's a famous kitty. Yeah, he kind of is. What did I do, Amy? Me too. And I don't watch news in the morning now. I speak to Grandma instead. Much less stressful. Yes, I agree, George. Have you talked about me on your stream? Yes, he has. That thing is a killing machine. He is. He is very, very fast. Let's see. Catfishing with Rick. Okay. Didn't get a chance to make his lip anywhere. Okay. Wow. Milton the Hunter. He's a good one. That cat is one powerful, powerful beast. Milton is a mini panther. Had a black cat, Onyx, a twin sister. Yeah, mini panther. He's a mini panther. He's going to start a cat trend, the cat committee with a shea bracelet. Oh, that poor thing. Crunching, ice crunching sound. I tolerate. Great live up till now. Love you guys. See you all later. Well, there you go. It's when me and Grandma have our brainstorming sessions. My teeth have gotten stronger on carnivore. I know mine have been pretty strong for a very long time. Oh, we love you back too, don't we? Of course, you deserve recognition. Yes. Very good thumbnail for you profile pics. It's cool. Yeah, that's right. I mean, sometimes you see him with a big cigar, but hey, it's kind of interesting. Where did that go? It's here somewhere. Where did it go? It's here somewhere. Oh, well. Anyway, my dentist keeps canceling me. She's a carb muncher and unhealthy. I've given up going, well, you know what? That's a good thing. I agree with that 100%. All right, let's see here. Okay. All right. Let's see. Oh, good. So it looks like we've caught up on the comments. It's getting towards noon, almost lunchtime. Time to start cooking. Get that heart attack going. I'm debating. I think I'm definitely going to go out there to the shopping center and see what kind of stuff they're claiming to be steaks, which I have a feeling are probably quite thin and quite sad. Let me see here. Where did I put? What did I do wrong here? Oh, let me go back to my YouTube channel and let's see how our attendance is. Usually slows down around this time. Well, we still have 40 people watching. That's actually pretty good for being at noon. We've been already going 4 hours. Now, if you look at my videos, you probably see I don't get a lot of viewers. So let me go over here. Look at my channel. The last few videos I put up. Okay. Why is it not coming up? There we go. I've had 98, 124, 64 views. I've never gotten more than about 130 maybe. I'm never going to build a super duper YouTube channel with videos that just don't get a lot of views. But I think when I put the edited videos in there and they have the edited thumbnail and all that stuff, it's going to pick up. The most views I ever got, I think, was over 10,000 on a video, and that's about it. Most of these videos, they don't get much. The shorts get a little more. Milton, why are you meowing? I gave you food. There's the calico. So how many views did I get on that? 1,300. Definitely the shorts get more views, but they're not really, whatever, right? It's funny how some videos get recommended a lot and others don't. I seem to have fallen into the sort of YouTube dead zone where I don't get that many videos. Okay. That was back when Milton attacked. There's Milton's Revenge. That got a lot of views. Milton's Revenge when he was all angry. Back to normal. You remember this one? None of them really get a whole lot of views. My channel is sort of on the sidelines there. Nothing really outstanding. It's just there. It's just people hanging out. That's about all it is. Okay. I can look back and see all the things that my cat did. This one, I didn't get as many views as I thought it would. Huh. Okay, let's see. Ah, there we go. A bunch of electrical junk. What could be in the file cabinet? Well, we got some junk up here. There's some junk in here. Got some electrical and brake parts. Got some empty drawers here. And what do we have in the bottom drawer? Uh-oh. Iguana? Uh-huh. Look at that iguana. Delicious iguana. Okay. So, sounds like dinner. Yum, yum. Okay. Oh, well. I guess we'll have to take this file into the kitchen. I'm going to file this as D for delicious. Well, let's see. We got an old file cabinet, a bunch of electrical junk. What could be in the file? All right. Let's see. All right. What else do we have here? Okay. You can see none of these get a whole lot of views. My channel is regular, but somewhat dead. But definitely a lot of the people that watch the videos do watch the live stream, so that's good. I believe it or not, I get more people in the live stream that watch than in the dedicated videos. You can see over here, live now, StreamYard. There's quite a few. Let me see how many videos we get. Look at all that. I get more people in the live stream than anything else. Maybe once in a while, Keto Cookout, maybe not as many, but there's still quite a few. Hey, Milton. Come here, Milton. Milton. Don't you want to say hi to everybody? Meow. Okay. Come here, Milton. You going to attack me? Come here, baby. Come on, Milton. Come on. Come here. You good, Milton? Oh, yes. Oh, what's up, Milton? You have Bill and Daisy, and you have Rick and Milton. Look at this soft little Milton. Look at how cute. Oh, he's a good little Milton. Let's see. Milton. Look at Milton. Hey, buddy. My baby Milton. He's cute. Look at those eyes. Aw. He's a cutie. You're such a nice little pet. I love my little Milton. Oh, what are you doing? Licking the dish there? Milton want to play? Milton wants food. Don't worry, Milton. We'll be ending the live stream and you'll be having your lunch. Like a good Milton. All right. So anyway, Milton seems to be very content. The dentists I've seen are totally addicted to carbs. You'd think they'd know better. I guess they think they can brush and floss the duck food away. I tell people, ducks don't have teeth. That's why they can eat duck food. Unless, of course, they're Donald Duck or Daffy Duck, in which case those ducks do have teeth. Yeah. Milton's girlfriend looks like my calico Q. Oh, that's cool. I'm still trying to make friends with her, but she's still afraid of me. I think she has an idea. I'm going to stick her in the cage and take her to the Meow-mobile and get fixed. I got to make her friendly so that way once I get her to the Meow-mobile, I'll be able to keep her inside the house. I'll probably keep her in the bathroom or something with a litter box until she gets calm. If she's friendly, she may end up being a house cat just like Milton. So I'll end up with 2 cats. And you know how it is with cats. Once you get 1, then you get 2, then you get 3. Pretty soon the whole place is overrun with cats. And the most cats I've ever had was 4, thankfully. I think they feel excused because they're thinner than the doctors and they brush after munching the carbs. I mean, look at me with crooked teeth and I haven't had a cavity since I was a teenager. That's pretty amazing. And I chew on ice all the time and my teeth never broke. Obese and definitely carb munchers. Yeah, that's true. I'm kind of in and out listening while I work. Kind of jealous all you quackers can hang so long here. Well, it's kind of my day off, but, you know, that's good. Made a funny bacon YouTube short. Michael Bolton singing how we can be lovers, we can't be friends. I was being silly and dramatic about going 2 days without bacon. Okay, I'll have to look for that. One day I'll be thin. Yes, I think so. That's a good thing to hope for if that's what you want to be. Huge difference. You're wearing eating really healthy, and that is highly commendable. The weight will eventually drop too. And no longer having diabetes and high blood pressure is awesome. Yes. Yes, it is. It's the beginning of being healthier. 12-month plateau, then suddenly dropped to 168. I can't explain it. It just happened. Now, see? Maybe that'll happen to you. The same thing that happened to George. That makes sense. Heal first, then the weight drops. That makes sense. Never known how that goes with cat ownership. Yeah, right? I know you got cats all over the place. We don't watch cartoons and eat cereal anymore. Sunday morning, so now we do this. Cereal. Ugh. That was one of the worst things. You know, I used to hate breakfast. I could see why people skip breakfast. I never looked forward to cereal. It was disgusting. However, I look forward to meat and eggs every day. Yeah, that's a good thing. Go fishing for a cat. Got the cat toy. One of my subscribers sent me this. I can play with Mr. Milton. But Milton is more shy than he usually is. When I'm doing a live stream, he doesn't seem to be as active. When I'm not doing a live stream, he runs all over the place in the morning. He's a crazy cat. I love that cat. So much fun. Even though he had his vicious moments, I still like him. For a while, I felt I couldn't even go around my own house because he was always trying to get me. But after he got fixed, he's back to the old lovable Milton that I just love having around. I relatively trust him. Always been a scales addict. Well, some people like to weigh themselves. I don't weigh myself that often. I don't care. I know I'm always going to be disappointed and be too light. If I could stay over 200 pounds, that'd be a miracle. That's almost impossible, in my opinion. What can you do? It's okay. We'll manage. Anyway, let's see. Okay. What a cute cat. That little kitty cat.
That's what we're here to do. We're really.
Hello, Miss Kitty.
That is the cutest little thing.
You're back. Look at how cute you are. Hello. You're getting friendlier. Hello, little kitty. Where's your little friend? Milton. Oh, Milton, where are you? There's Milton. Are you a bad Milton? Oh my goodness, you're cute.
Uh-oh. Here comes Milton. Hey, Milton. Look at that. Look at that, Milton. Look at that, Milton. Want to play? Milton want to play? There goes Milton. Watch Milton. He's ready to attack. Will he attack? That's the question. He's too busy licking himself. You are a funny cat, Milton. Cats are like that. When you want them to do something, they don't do it. Okay, Milton. What are you doing? I like the fact that on every live stream, at least for part of the live stream, and there goes Milton. Oh, well. That's the nature of the cat for you. Okay. Well, I got a lot of comments that came in. Take measurements is very validating. You often get smaller before you see it on the scale. How do we gain weight in carnivore? Actually, if one is anorexic, it's very simple. Eat plenty of meat. As long as you're able to eat enough food, you can gain weight. And we have several people that have gained weight on carnivore. Okay. Oh, I lost a lot of weight. I'll weigh myself later. I gained maybe 5 to 7 kilograms. Wow. Cried and cried. Told me I lost a lot of weight. I can't own scales for mental health. Well, if he thought that you looked like you lost weight and you actually gained weight, you must be getting healthier. Miss Kitty looks like my cue. So cute. Yes. Well, cats are cute in general. I like cats. Friend Kathy made a horrible casserole with barely any chicken. Tater tots. Ew. Frosted potatoes instead of fresh. Noodles and seed oil sauce. She ate it, all of it last week. Ugh. That sounds terrible. Terrible. At that age, you'd think they'd know better. Now that I've given up horse racing, I have no reason to watch any mainstream media. Well, there you go. You'll be hitting all the carnivore channels like you normally do. I'm going to buy clothes at the moment. And I watch motocross racing. Nice. Dave Mack on No Carb Life has some really good videos on testimonies by anorexics. Hope they help. Good idea. I like that. Mental health is the key. You're doing the right thing. The scales help my own mental health. Well, that could Could be, yes. I beat depression and anxiety with carnivore. Scales made me emotional sick. I've thrown them away. I think I'm getting muscle. Good. I've given up watching all sport except the Carnivore Olympics. And by the way, when is that going to happen? That's going to be interesting. I wonder what the events would be. I mean, who knows? There might even be an iguana toss. Carnivore Olympics. That would be too funny. With all the crazy carnivore personalities. I think I got the cycling part of it pretty much under control. I call it trash cycling. You get a bike from the dump, and then you go picking up junk as you ride around. That's the way that I go cycling. All right, so let's see. How many people do we have on the chat? Let me go back over here and check that out. All right, we got quite a few. Oh, why is it not working? Oh, it helps if you click the right web page. Okay, we got this one and we got that one, which is not there anymore. Oh, okay. Let's see. All right. We have, looks like 40 through watching. Not bad, not bad. Let's see here. Let's see. There's that sound again. All right. We have, looks like 40 through watching. Not bad, not bad. There's definitely something going on here. I can see that. Hold on. Okay, the noise is not in the microphone. It's in the wiring. That's interesting. If I look at the VU meter, I can see when it does that clickety click click click, but now it's gone away. Interesting. Okay. I'm not sure what that's all about. But I think it's here. Maybe it's in the control panel. Hold on. Huh. That is weird. I wonder if it's in the cable. Cable goes this way. Nope, it's not in the cable. It's probably something, I don't know, it might be in the mixer, who knows. Remember, everything I got is from the trash, so you never know what we're dealing with here. But I think I do pretty well for garbage equipment. And let's see, hoping to get stronger bones on carnivore. Okay. I have some beef, heart, and liver. Nice. Nice. It's good lunch. That's awesome. Okay. I think that got outlawed since the Roman Colosseum Lion's Den. Night, darlings. I'm finally getting sleepy now. Well, good night. Hope you're able to get some sleep. That'll be great. I can put anybody to sleep. Okay. It will depend on Dr. Kiltz. He makes these things happen. I feed him ideas. He takes action. He calls me his troublemaker. He just picked up my WhatsApp. Watch this space. I can't do WhatsApp because I don't have cell phone service. I don't know why they don't make it for PC, but it's just crazy. Only watch motocross and women's tennis for the excitement. Two different kinds of excitement. Yes, I'm sure. Women's tennis. Okay. Have a great week, guys. Well, thank you, Annabella. I'm glad that you were here. Go to bed. I'll be right there. Women's tennis. Was there a Maria Sharapova? I seem to remember her. As long as it wasn't Billie Jean King, you're good. There sure was, yes. Night, Annabella. All right. Well, it sounds like everyone is getting ready to take a break, either go to sleep or go outside and do something productive, which is what I need to do. I think what I'm going to do is make my lunch, and I'm going to get on the old bicycle, and I'm going to ride over there and see what kind of duck meat they're selling as a steak. It'll be interesting. I can pop my phone as a camera in the pocket and see if maybe, I don't know if I have a video I have to upload. This thing may have a lot of crap in it. Let me see. My storage is almost full, of course. So I'm going to have to clean that out, which ought to be fun. Let's see. Come on. Got any videos in here? Oh, excuse me. Let's see what we got here. Hmm. I'm carnivore myself. I do enjoy gardening, and I grow various fruits and vegetables. And here's one of the vegetables from the garden. Okay. It's been sitting around a little bit. Let me just put this in here. How do I get this out of here? Oh, wow. I'll get this figured out sooner or later. There we go. That's it. This needs to go. All right. Okay. All right. Got it. Get that cleaned up. All right. So who else do we have? We have the usual. Okay. I have WhatsApp. But the problem is WhatsApp, you can't set it up on a PC. I've tried so many times. They got some kind of QR code. You have to use a cell phone. And I don't have cell phone service. So I have no way of setting it up, which is ridiculous. Now, I've used other methods to communicate, and believe it or not, when I did international calls, I normally used Discord. There's actually a voice part of Discord that you can use. And I do have it on my other computer, but I've never been able to get the WhatsApp to work. So if anybody knows a way that I can get the WhatsApp to work without cell phone service, let me know. I'm curious. Okay. Take care, everyone, from Venetian Cat. Much love from New Mexico, USA. Well, I'm glad that you were here. Oh, my goodness. It's going to have to be time to start wrapping this up. I think I've lost several. I'm down to 35 right now. So we're approaching the 1 o'clock hour. And in about 3 more hours, there's going to be Thomas, who probably is also left. So we're going to make sure that we get off of this. I want to have enough time where I can go down there to that shopping center and see what kind of duck meat they're trying to sell. So I got to cook my lunch, and then I really want to work on the engine today because the weather's perfect, but I may do that just to make like a video to put in the carnivore space, even though probably only 100 and something people are going to watch it. At least I'll put it out there, and we'll see. Somebody might watch it, somebody might not. But I need to drop by Aldi anyway, and might as well do that and just get it over with. So that's a plan right there. Well, anyway, do we have any more comments, or are we pretty much done for the day? If we don't have any comments, then we can start wrapping this up. Oh, now I got 47. What is going on with this count? it seems to go up and down. Seems like every time I'm trying to wind it down, it pops back up, but that's okay. We do what we can, right? I'd like to see the day when I can reach 100. That would be a milestone right there. Is it possible? It's possible. Is it probable? Probably not. Okay, let's see. All right. Huh. That's interesting. Okay. Carnivore Whisperer says, have a great day, Rick and everyone. Well, have a great day. Glad that you were here. And Amy says, bye, everyone. Have a great day. Excellent. Glad that you were here and participated. And to everyone that didn't participate, I'm glad that you're here also. Maybe one day you will put in a comment, but you're always welcome to listen and always welcome to watch on a replay if you like to. So that's great. I'm just happy about everybody that takes the time to watch, and I get more people watching the lives than I do my regular videos. And just, I think when I get the edited videos in there, I'm going to get even more people to watch. Now, I do believe that the whole YouTube thing is past its prime, so the chance of me becoming a very popular YouTuber is 0. But at the very least, I think it'll be popular enough where I'll get noticed and people can look at my example as either a plus or minus when it comes to the carnivore community. Some people might think, wow, the guy's done pretty well on the diet. Other people would say, I don't want to look like him, so I'm just going to eat duck food. And I'm going to waddle around, and I'm going to quack, and I'm going to poop everywhere and fall into the duck pond. And that's going to be my life, so it's up to you. All right. So with that being said, let's see. We have a couple of more comments. Seem to be a little bit delayed in coming into this one. Okay. Have a great day. Thanks, Rick. Can't be here next week. I'm going to London. Okay. Why can't I get these comments? This is weird. Oh, here we go. Okay. Well, that's fine. The following week you can be here. And if you're going to London, I hope that you enjoy the trip, the journey. If you're going there for work or going there for pleasure, hard to say. And Smoothie 420 says, have a good weekend, Rick and everybody. And Rick agrees. That is a fantastic idea. So we'll go ahead and we'll start playing the ending music. And we can wrap this up. I can have my lunch and I'll make a video and go pet Milton and do all the things that I like to do. That would be great. And it's not working. Why is it not working? Oh. Okay. There we go. All right. Let's see. Where did that go? Huh. It's gone. It's here somewhere. Oh well, just play another one. What can you do, right? There we go. Interesting. Now my volume control disappeared. Let's see. There we go. Okay. That's not too bad. It seems to be working. So let's hit these comments and see how everybody's doing. All right. Yep. Just saw videos of... Yep. Okay, good. So I put that in there. That works. I wonder how loud this sound is. Sometimes I don't get the audio right. Okay. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that works. Turn up a little bit. That's fine. Okay. So anyway, in terms of the week, we have a lot going on, and I hope everybody is getting prepared for it. I'm hoping that next week will be even more productive than this week. And this weekend, it's going to be great. And we have over here a message from Ryan Dish. And everyone have a great weekend. Eat meat, yes. Don't forget to eat your meat. Eat your eggs too, if that's what you're into. Eat then repeat when hunger returns. Or if you're like me and you never get hungry, just eat on a regular basis. Just like when you drive your car and the needle starts to move towards empty. It goes past halfway, you fill it up to full. That's my technique. You could be like one of those people that's fasting and then you're driving on E as far as you can, hoping you don't break down. But that's okay. It's up to you. I like to keep my tank full. And I do believe that even though it does slow you down a little bit, at least it reduces your stress. When I'm in a hungry state, my stress goes up. I can't do things as efficiently or as safely. But when I'm well fed, I feel extremely awesome. And Sandy Blythe says, thanks, Rick. Well, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate that. And let me just double check. We have 32 watching right now. So it is going down. Oh, now it shows 47. I don't know what's the deal with this counter. It is the craziest thing. It really is. But anyway, we've had some outgoing music. I don't see any more comments. So if that's it, we can wrap this up. And again, thank you to everybody that was here. Thanks so much to everybody that participated. And I hope I'll be seeing you in your live streams. And again, Tuesday night, Rick will be with Russ Mitchell on Keto Cookout. So you can find me there. And just keep looking around. If you spend enough time on the internet, we'll eventually find each other. So thank you. And I'm signing off.